Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Gentlemen, where do I start? Thank you ever so much for agreeing to come on. I'm sure it'll probably be the last time for some of you. But thanks ever so much for giving up a couple of hours on your Friday afternoons, evenings, mornings, wherever you are in the world. I'm sure those of you at home watching with us along this evening or again this afternoon, wherever you are, don't need me to point out these super reefing heroes, as I called them in the write-up the other day. But for those of you that don't already know, we've got TANG underneath you there. Terill, good evening, good afternoon. Good evening. Thanks for joining us, man. Leonardo, constant supporter of the network. Thank you very much for tuning in. Mr. Dong, our regular panel member on a Friday show. Good evening, good afternoon. Thanks for joining me. Mr. Treadwell, Corey, hello. Thank you. Got such a busy schedule, this guy, to speak to his PA, his PA's PA. Yeah, we'll leave it as there. And Chris Meckley, for those of you, the GOAT, is here. Good evening, good afternoon. Thanks, man. Hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Good.
Going well.
Good. So there's lots for us to talk about this. I'm going to keep doing this afternoon, today. Just shut it up there. Before I do start, though, I am going to do a quick shout out to everybody that's tuned in. And then we're going to flip it on its head a little bit, and we're going to get you guys to start asking each other a few questions, which I thought would be a little bit different today. All right? So, here we are. John Boy's with us. Hello, John. Nice to see you today. Thanks for tuning in. Gary Neal as well. Nice to see you in the chat. Billy's Reef, Happy New Year to you. Tekker's Reef is with us as well. Thanks for tuning in and joining. We've got a few more joining. Elisa Sa is with us. Hello. Hope you had a good Christmas, my dear. Lindsay's here. Mrs. Tang. Amanda Meckley is with us. Chris is the brains behind ACI, should I say, and looks. Jazz is here. Good evening, Jazz. Hope you and the kids had a good Christmas. Gazazazazar is here. I'm sure he's going to be asking each and every one of you your top 15 trace elements. Dan's Reef as well is with us. Thanks for joining in, Dan. Hope you're good. Neil, nice to see you in the chat. Hope you and the family had a good Christmas. Thanks for tuning in. Mr. West, I visited a fellow reefer today who got a new 5-foot tank in his flat. I'm sure he won't mind me saying, it's John Wright in the chat. He's a slightly older age gentleman. And when I saw the size of the tank and the amount of stairs that tank had to be lifted up to get into his flat, the first thing I asked was, how did you get it in? To which he swiftly replied, well, I didn't move it. So a big shout out to Harry for helping move that tank for John, because it's going to be an exciting time for him over the next few months setting that up. Who else we got in here? Who else we got? Marky Mark's here. Ocean Sea Waves, Ocean Sea Products. Mark for tuning in. Anthony's with us as well. Thank you very much. Here he is, Chris, your biggest fan. Good evening, New Year sloshers. Don't want to say it, but Tom actually pooed his pants New Year's Eve. No, I didn't, but thanks for saying that. David Dave's here. Nice to see you. MK Corals, thanks for tuning in. Lee, nice to see you. Imran, hope you've had a good Christmas, my man. What else we got in here? A few names I've not seen before. Damien Anthony, 2402, hope you're well. Stephen Owen, 975. Tezza's with us as well. Thanks for tuning in. Liam, hope you're good. Reefing Mad, evening. Troy Mayer, 875. Hello. Have I missed anybody? Daniel's here. Hello. Coach, hope you're good. Whiskey Phoenix Reef, looking forward to this. Tang, fan of yours, Terill. Rama's here. Good evening, Tom. The Spiritual Reefer. Happy New Year, Harry. We've got another one in here. Good evening, Basonda 14. Hope you're good. Hope I pronounced that right. Sylvester's in the house as well. Tony Close Reef UK. Marine Reefer 1. Peter Parry. Happy New Year to you, sir. Tommy and Sharon. Won't be a reefing stream without you guys. Love you both. Critical Reef is with us. Corralado 49. And I think there's a few Spillers Reef, Milot, and we are done. Deep breath. There we go. Sorry, gentlemen. Back with me. Got to say hello to everybody that's tuned in. Thank you very much. And as I always do, anybody joins us halfway through the stream, I will do my best to do a shout out for you. But as I've already said, anybody in the comments, if you've got any questions for the Reefing Royalty that's on this evening, or like I keep saying today, throw it in the comments. I'll do my best to ask it as we go along, because I'm sure we'll be talking about various things. But to kickstart it, Good New Year, gentlemen. Anything to report in the farms? Anything in particular that happened over Christmas? No?
It's all alive. We're good.
It's all alive. That's always a good start. Okay.
Everything looks amazing after not seeing it for almost 2 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
Typical thing, a doser failed.
A doser failed.
Yeah. Well, we got it fixed. Typical thing.
Yeah.
Equipment. Only as good as your best piece of equipment, right?
Any New Year's resolutions made by anybody for this year, 2026? Any reefing related resolutions? Anything you're going to stop doing or must do more of? Maybe sweep the floor, Chris, every now and again?
Just keep learning.
Oh dear. Okay, fair enough. So, is there anything that you guys want to ask each other? I know you've obviously been on different podcasts. Some of you've been on before with each other, talked to each other on various platforms. Anything that you want to kickstart off with? Anything? Anybody want to go first?
Oh man, I don't. All I got to say is right now, even me being a little starstruck in this because I'm honored to be on with a whole bunch of huge, influential names, people with successful businesses and everything from all different walks, and it's a little bit overwhelming because I get that question. I'm like, dude, I don't even know where to start. We were just talking earlier about just random subjects, and I think that's more of a better option just to kind of veer off onto something odd.
All right, well, I'll throw one straight into the five of you then. Easiest, hardest coral to farm, frag, and why?
Tenuous. Bifaria.
That would have been my first idea.
Okay.
Yeah, tenuous. Yeah.
Bifaria is probably the most finicky acro out of them all, in my opinion. I mean, it's either that, or a lot of the different types of smoothies. But Bifaria, I mean, I can get them to grow out, and then for whatever reason, they just get unhappy. And I can never figure out why. I'm hoping that these ocean sea waves that I got from Mark, now that they're operating and doing well, can help with that dynamic flow that I think is probably one of the most important aspects for acros in general. And it might be something that was missing from the Bifaria in the past. But I mean, we have the ACI Dirty Insanity is finally just happy. Like I hadn't looked at it in 2 weeks and just went back and looked at it this morning and was like, wow, look at you. You got all kinds of new growth tips on you. And I just put the new version of the Ocean Sea Waves that Mark made with the bigger stepping motor on a beginning of December on that system. So it's been a month and I'm seeing growth out of the Dirty Insanity, which is a Bifaria that I haven't seen in a long time. So I don't know if that had something to do with it or what, but couldn't be happy with what I'm seeing for results. Polyp extension is just mind blowing on a lot of the acros now that the sea waves are on there.
So we're saying hardest clearly with this conversation. Hardest. What have you learned in your years then in terms of making it slightly easier for you? I mean, you're talking, Chris, about flow there for a second. You think that's the big one?
I think most of flow is definitely really important.
Oh, you've gone quiet on us.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
You've gone quiet on me. Say that again.
Oh, me?
You went quiet. Say that again. Now you're back. All right.
I think that, just in general, acros flow is extremely important. And in a lot of cases, I see people's tanks and I can see that there's not enough flow in their tanks just by the way the coral's growing. Just by the way their frags are growing out. Right. They shouldn't grow all spindly and weird like a lot of places. Like a lot of them you see, they should be tight. Like you see wild acros come in and they're perfect colonies. Well, we should be growing colonies that look like that in growth in our systems. But if we don't have good flow, we're not going to get that.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Leo, you've got quite a few in your farm, haven't you?
I think now like 50% is Bifaria right now. I think of all the acros. Yeah, species wise. Yeah, it's one of the most popular species, I think. So it makes the most sense to farm them. And the success rate is not very high after import. I have to admit that. I think 2/3 don't survive long term. I think in many cases it has to do with boring algae. in my experience. A lot of them are infected with boring algae, and because they're so slow, relatively slow growers, they cannot really outpace that with growing out. But I think there are more factors involved. I try to keep them a little bit higher in phosphates than you would typically do for most Acropora. So we keep them in a separate system than some of our Australian species, for instance. And we try to keep phosphates around 0.1 for the tenuis. Because if you go lower, they tend to bleach out or just wither away, like you described before. So that helps, but still, success rate is not not guaranteed, like you have with other species, that are basically always do well. So it's definitely one of the harder ones. But my a species that I haven't been able to farm long term is the Speciosa type, the flaming sunrise. That Speciosa type of corals and all the related to Speciosa corals. I cannot keep them alive longer than a year, I would say. And I don't really know what the reason is. I've consulted many people, also people in the US. I think Kung Fu Corals farmed them for a while, but I think even he said that he gave up at some point because long term it's just not worth it basically to farm them. So yeah, that's the one species that really pops up with me when I would say hardest one, and easiest one, of course, because we only farm acros, would be any staghorn or that type of coral, obviously.
Cool. Corey, what about
I
you?
had some good success with the Speciosas, keeping them in our LPS system, which is a little bit lower in temperature, like 22, 23 degrees. They've been doing much, much better in there, and coloring up not perfectly because of keeping them lower pars, like 150-ish. But they've been growing nicely there. So I think temperature is a big factor with the Speciosas.
Interesting.
And keeping them in a colony when you get them for about a half a year also doubled the amount of what we made to survive. Because when we fragged them about a few months in, 50% died. But after that, keeping them as a colony for half a year, and then everything basically survived.
So you're finding that some of these, there is a point where they stabilize and your success rate of keeping them goes up.
Yes.
Wow.
Interesting.
So, Corey, you said you keep it at 22 degrees Celsius. Is that
22 to 23? Yeah.
Yeah, that is 72 degrees Fahrenheit for the US viewers. Yeah.
Freedom units. Sorry.
Yeah, freedom unit. Just for the US viewers. Yeah, that's 72.
Yeah. Okay.
So my species also basically is all kick the bucket. Never last for over a year. Maybe like some of them 6 months. But I found a small tiny frag. I probably totally forget about it. I found it inside among the forest of little frags. And that's my only Speciosa left. And actually that thing is start to growing quite rapidly now. So every day looking at it, oh yeah, you get bigger. For the 10 years, actually it's really hard. Especially the home wrecker. For some bizarre reason, I really having problem with that. What it does is that first, to keep that little pink rim on the home wrecker is kind of challenging. So one day, it totally turn green. Then the next day, it comes back. And then when you reach about 2 to 3 inch, you go RTN. For no reason, boom. Those things. So I got so many little frags there looking at, oh, this guy is getting to 2 inch, cut. So I'm playing with my ocean sea wave, and probably that is one of the resolution this year. So it's very impressive. So many of the, actually all the polyp extension, I never see so much polyp extension before after I add the ocean sea wave. And some of the acro that only have tiny bit of a polyp extension, with the ocean sea wave, they're much longer, the polyp. become fluffier. For matter of fact, here's an interesting story. So after I put the ocean sea wave in my SPS tank, one of the frag to mini colony tank, the cells of coral in that tank just people say, oh, I like this hairy guy. I like that hairy guy. I don't know you have that before. I said, well, it was sitting there for a year. And now people say, I want this, I want that, because they become more hairy. Because the polyp extension does sell coral, so for SPS, for Aquapora. Yeah, definitely. So I think that the ocean sea wave, that's really, it's a game changer in terms of flow. And also how much detritus that it kicks up is amazing. So when you slip...
Maybe explain to the people what it is, because not everybody knows the name.
They're
oscillating power head.
It's an oscillator
basically
for
something
head,
that
basically.
Flip around.
It's a
so
go on, Chris. I've took on big screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's an oscillator. So this is the commercial size unit. This is designed for pumps as big as, say, the CTA Voyager HP10, which is our main flow pump that we use in our system. But I never liked the fact that it was just constantly the same direction. And when Ocean Sea Waves came out, it has this one here broke on me. So I got to get it. I got a new one. I got to send this one back. But a shaft comes out of here and it oscillates at 180 degrees down to whatever you want. So if you want it on the end of your aquarium and only oscillating at 45 degrees, you can do that. But instead of having a wave pump that is, way overpriced and super expensive, you can put this on, you can put whatever power head you want on here, and it will oscillate back and forth, and you have different speeds on the unit as well. So you can go really slow, or you can have it go extremely fast. And one of the things I like about them is we use 4 of them on the one SPS tank, and I have each one of them. One's at 25% speed, one's at 50% speed, one's at 75%, and one's at 100%. That way, they're always intersecting the currents at different times. So you have such dynamic flow in the system. Like Dong said, you don't have detritus settling to the bottom of your aquarium anymore. It keeps everything moving constantly, instead of, with everybody has detritus settlement in every aquarium, even with a wave pump, because there's going to be spots that aren't going to have, any water flow hitting them. And with this, it just eliminates that. And the dynamic flow you get out of them is pretty amazing. I think they're not the only one on the market, but in my opinion, for what you get, they're really good. Especially now that we got bigger stepping motors that can handle the HP10's power.
For anybody watching, Chris, that hasn't already seen some of the scale of your farm, I think it's probably worth me just throwing a bit of a picture on now of when obviously me and Drip were there. So just remind us what size facility we're talking about for anybody that doesn't already know.
This is 4,000 square feet. It's got 18,500 gallons of water in it. We have 3 farm systems. The one in the very front of the video here is what we call Grow Out 2. The one on the farthest one up north is Grow Out 3, and then behind that back wall, which you can't see, is Grow Out 1, which is our actual farm systems. And then we have a frag system, which is basically for chop shop frags, and then there's the system over here on our left right now. That is the soft coral system that I'm using the Rhodopseudomos palustris in, or the non-purple non-sulfur bacteria. And then that's a pack out table. Over here's a pack out table, and then there's the 2 main wild coral systems that are used for our LPS and SPS corals. So that is Grow Out 3, which is 4,500 gallons. Actually, it's down to 2,500 right now. We're going to get the other 2,000 gallons back up and running here very, very soon. But we use metal halides, T5s, LEDs. We use a mixture of all those different lights. I'm still a metal halide guy. I still think that they're by far the best. For our application, LEDs grow corals very well. A lot of people tell me that I say they don't grow corals, which is the biggest lie. You can twist my words all you want, but they definitely grow corals. If they didn't, we wouldn't have successful reefers like a lot of people that are out there today. But I personally don't have the time to deal with the programming and all that other stuff. And when I was offered 300 radions to put over at a really good price, I said, who's paying the IT guy to take care of all 300 radions? And they shut up quick. So I like to be able to just turn my lights on and turn them off. And we have the halides are only on for about 4 to 6 hours, depending on the system. And then the T5s and the LEDs are on for 12 hours.
You're talking about sales of coral briefly there. Where are we with Big Drip and Beetlejuice, dare I ask? Who's winning?
Beetlejuice is looking really good. It just, I don't know what happened. It just kind of lost its yellow tips, so I took it off the market. It's growing again. The yellow tips are back, so I'll bring it back probably in the middle of January. The Big Drip is become a hit. I mean, that thing, I used to have 6 massive colonies of it, and I'm down to 4, 5 small colonies of it now.
Yeah, well, somebody's head has just got so big. For those of you that don't know why I'm asking this question, when me and Drippy were fortunate enough to visit ACI earlier last year, we went to Reef Palooza. Chris was very, very welcoming and let me and Drip work there for 2-3 days. Helped tidy the place up. We get to grips with what happens at ACI, and we got to pick a name a coral each. And Drippy picked the Big Drip, which was a huge. Was it an algae? It's an algae, isn't it? Alveopora?
It's an alveopora, yeah. It's a monster polyp. It's probably
monster
the biggest polyps I've seen.
And I picked an acro, which I thought was amazing. But
purple with yellow tips, grows in the table form. It's gorgeous.
Yes.
I don't even know what species it is. I'm still trying to figure that out. But they changed so many species names now. Like everybody calls speciosa speciosa. It's no longer even speciosa. It doesn't even exist in the Acropora world. It's actually Acropora butane. They reclassified that just a few years ago. We have one that we have on the market called the Pandora butane, and it's a speciosa. It's growing it for years. It's not from Malaysia. It's from Indonesia. So I don't have any of the Malaysian ones because I don't believe in supporting that. But we won't go there.
Yeah, don't go there. Back to this question then. Terill, how do you get on at Poo-Tang? What's hardest, easiest over there? What success do you have?
I mean, we've kind of done everything since we've started. You know, I've been in the hobby for 8 years, and we've only been in business for about 4 years. So I started with all the mixed reef stuff. I've gone through all the Zoas, the hammers, torches, all my LPS, and I've done SPS from the beginning. So to me, it's easier to grow Aquapora than it is any other LPS or anything else. You know, now, you know, I have big displays and everything. I got a 300-gallon SPS display and then a 400-gallon LPS, and I find it harder to grow stuff out of my LPS display. So yeah, here's the that's our as soon as you walk into our house, our one SPS system, and so that's 800 gallons altogether. And then my wife's tank off to the right, so that's a 250-gallon that she just got up. It's about 4 or 5 months old. Our 400-gallon LPS display, which, like I said, it's like driving a bus sometimes with that thing. But and then we have a garage that's about 1,200 gallons, and then a quarantine tank in there. And this is all connected on one system right here.
Wow, there's holy moly that many Meridian.
Yeah, we went. This was the first time actually spending money on new lights. I've always done Radion Gen 4s, and I've always loved them. And then I got the opportunity to work with Meridians, and I was eyeballing them for a while, and I wanted to just. It was the opportunity to go all out and create a big blanket of light and kind of do it how I would in my business. And awesome. This is my hobbyist dream since I get to do it as business, so I can just justify it now.
Okay, so what would you say was your biggest achievement then in terms of corals then, in terms of what you would probably thought years ago, or you've experienced being harder to grow and keep, and now you feel you've not necessarily nailed it, but you're a lot more successful maybe at it? Which one? Anything stands out?
I'm loving getting into honing in the Gonioporas and your alves and then torches. Yeah, getting really heavy into. And then I've been collecting more and trying to aquaculture more acans, and then keep the really nice original colors on them, or just get them to come back. And then for the SPS, it's just honing in what I what we're doing here, just it's playing Tetris as everything's packed to the brim and trying to keep it all healthy.
Fair enough. So
you mentioned ACANs.
Go on. I was
going to say, you mentioned ACANs. Corey, you use mainly LEDs, right? How do you do with holding color in Aussie Lords as a farmer?
Well,
good question.
It's okay. It's not awesome, but for a while we had the issue that red ones just turned, like rainbows turned red, and then after a while came back to orange, but never back to rainbow. But I think now, for the past 2 or 3 years, we've been doing quite well with it. We had the spectrum probably wasn't great, and they were getting too much par. I mean, when you receive a nice colony from Australia, which we don't anymore, you would see that the corner polyps were the ones that were most rainbows. So what we started doing is giving them very, very little par. Like, we're talking 20 to 50 par max. And ever since that, and honing in the spectrum, they've been doing so much better. So much better.
That's interesting. I have the exact opposite. I've never been able to keep under LEDs any Lord to keep color in them long term. But most of that time, that stuff was in and out because it's wild. But the pieces that we would keep, I played around with it, and I would have them under low light. Take a whole colony, fragment it down, and keep some under low light, keep some under moderate light, and keep some under really intense light. And after talking to the divers over in Australia, I learned that a lot of the rainbows that they were collecting were in very shallow water, even though it was very silty and it wasn't getting huge amounts of light penetration. They found that a lot of the rainbows they were collecting were in some of the shallowest areas. Of course, they get them in the deeper water as well. But I learned that keeping them under my halides, I never skipped a beat, never lost the color whatsoever. They shift a little bit, but it never went orange or went red. And
all the ones that were how do they look for you? Because what I've also seen is the ones under higher par, they still keep the same shape as when they come in, very tiny, like smaller polyps, very thin to the skeleton. But as soon as you get them into a little bit higher nutrients level, they come like these huge polyps, basically this big of every single polyp. And then you very much see a color shift in that.
What I noticed is, I have my peak photo period with my halides on for 4 to 6 hours. And in that system where the Lords are, it's a 6-hour photo period for intensity. And they get about 300 par, and they shrink up when the halides are on. But as soon as the halides go off, they blow back up like balloons. And like you said, we call them trumpet polyps because they literally look like a trumpet. They're real tiny back at where the coral light is, and then they blow up like balloons. And I don't know if that's the reason why I'm having good success with them like that, is because I have that peak period for just 6 hours a day, and for the other 6 hours they're getting like 100.
Is the peak period is that daylight or just blue light? Because that's also something, because a lot of people keep them in full blue, and ever since we moved to a 50% daylight, 50% blue light, the color is more natural.
We use radium metal halides, so that's more
okay. So it's mixed.
Yeah. It's white, if you ask me. I mean, when you're talking about royal blue LEDs and you put a halide on, I mean, it's a big difference. It's blue for a metal halide, but it's not. You get enough of the higher Kelvin peaks in the spectrum that it definitely. I think that's a big part of it too. I mean, I remember bringing in huge rainbow Lords and selling them to people. Man, they turned orange. Well, LEDs for you. What to tell you? Again, they all ran straight blue, and it didn't use a more fuller spectrum. Even though you can't truly get a full spectrum out of an LED, you can get a fuller spectrum out of LED. The halides give you all the gaps that you're missing, and I think that that's a huge part of what I was having problems with in the past is all those gaps that aren't there because of the halides. They're getting every bit of light source that is necessary for the coral to, balance the zooxanthellae to keep the color.
Right. Fair enough.
That's just my theory. I mean, it seems to be working, and other people I know that have tried the same thing have found the same type of success. They shrivel up when the intense light's on and blow up like balloons when the halides are off.
Have you had any, since we can't really import ACANs anymore, we can just import frags. Have you noticed any issues with your ACANs? Because funny enough, a few months ago, I had some Leptocerus die from the middle. It was really weird looking. It was just weird. Yeah, it was looking weird. So I dipped it and put it under the microscope, and I saw under the microscope little flatworms that looked exactly like the new Acropora eating flatworms, the black ones, just in super, super tiny, and they had the same structure of eggs. So I dipped it, coral recovered. And now I talked with Corey from Top Shelf and a few others that were receiving the same type of flatworms on ACANs, on Scolemia, and they were all dying with the same type of flatworm. Have you noticed anything with your wild corals?
I talked to Corey and the guys at Top Shelf. They're up the road from me. I talk to them all the time. They get stuff from me. They always, especially from the wild system, they always like to send me, messages, pictures, everything. Say, hey, this is what we found. I don't know if you're noticing any issues, but I really didn't. I usually don't have the corals long enough. But when I do see an issue, I try to dip the coral to make sure that I don't pass it on. But I've seen all of that, all of what you talked about. I mean, I've seen every single.
It's just interesting that one pest attacks so many different LPS, because it was a Leptocerus for me. I had one I think Than even showed me a picture that he had them on your Philia. So that pest goes on a lot of different LPS, which is kind of scary, to be honest.
Yeah, it is very scary. I mean, we don't know yet.
Brings up the point about the new acro eating flatworms, and this was actually just on a subject on a little forum that I'm on, and another guy found them and was having issues of dips that were killing them. And we were watching it, and potassium chloride, and this little thing is just swimming around like it's having a blast in there. And the concentrations of these dips that you need would technically kill the coral. And somebody did bring up cold water dips to help knock them off, but
cold water dip? How does that work?
Well, basically shock the coral. That would work.
Yeah.
There's a few different ways. That's a funny story. When I started at White Corals and I took over the farm from the previous farm manager, the SPS farm was completely infested with the black Acropora eating flatworms. Infested. There were no tenuis, no millipora, because he dipped everything to the ground and still didn't get rid of it. So back then, I looked at all the dips on the market and tried everything. What kind of worked was the Red Sea dip, but with that, I ran into the issue that was also killing the corals. So that's how the Niles dip was developed, because I had that pest and I needed to find something to kill that pest. And over the course of, I would say, a half a year, I got rid of them with the dip that we developed.
I can tell you for sure that the Anticipate, the iron-based dip that I was mentioning in our chat and before we got on here, that I don't know anything that can get past that. I haven't seen anything get past that dip. It's not a cheap dip. I mean, for me, I think it's $50 a batch. That's 7 gallons of water? Or no, that's 17 gallons of water. So it's like $50 to do that, and that's at distribution price points. For hobbyists to use it, I think it's smart, because if you invested $1,000 in a booger frag, what's $10 for them to do a dip on a regular basis to get rid of something? I think it's ludicrous to hear people say it's too expensive to use when they're willing to spend money on a coral, but they're not willing to spend the money on something that actually works to get rid of the, pretty much everything that I've ever seen. And that's the great thing about that dip, is it was formulated here by Chris, came down, He's like, get me something, find me a pet, one of every pest that you have. He's like, you got all these wild corals, find me some pests. Let's figure out what works on all of them. And he did. He was here it took him an entire day to go through everything that we had. I don't think we've had everything that's out there, but after the formulation came through, it seems to be working on everything that's been new since he came up with that dip. So I recommend it to everybody. He sells a 16-ounce dip.
Yeah, 16 ounce.
1 gallon, 16 ounce, a 1 gallon. And then that's all he sells like for retail purposes. And then he gets me, sends me specific packages that are for 17 gallons. That just have to pour it all in at once instead of, because it's a combination of a bunch of different things, and he won't even tell me what it is. Damn it!
Leo, what do you use over there, Leo, in terms of dipping? What's your sort of pest? What's your process? I know we've been on previous podcasts with us, but just remind me what your setup is at Leonardo's Reef.
Yeah, we use in-tank treatments for the quarantine tank and also dips. Some commercial dips. I'm currently testing also the dip from Niles from Corey, and typical potassium dips, and also in-tank treatments, of course, for bugs, etc. So we tend to do a 6-month quarantine period, just many dips, basically every week, dipping procedure, and then in-tank treatments as well. So that's in general what we do. We think it's just doing many dips on a weekly basis for 6 months will eventually get rid of everything. Of course, it has to knock them off, but for the eggs, there's still no remedy to kill those as well.
So from your experience, sorry, Chris, from your experiences then, where do you draw the line in terms of too much dipping? Because surely you can, Corey said a minute ago, with certain corals, you're damaging the coral. Can you stress a coral out too much, or do you think there's no such thing as over?
For us, weekly dipping doesn't matter for us at all.
Weekly, okay.
Yeah, weekly dipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
No issues at all. No issues at all. No.
If we have a major issue, we do weekly dipping too. I mean, and it's usually somebody dipping, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Because there's so much stuff to dip. And,
by the time they've stopped, it's time to start again.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds like what I'm doing all day long.
Well, the thing is,
all these coral going through dip one by one.
We don't have a lot of imports, so for us, it's not a lot of work. It's basically maybe 100 corals a year, I guess, that come in. So we can just take the time to do all the treatments, because it's not. We don't have to move a lot of number of new corals into the system, because basically everything that comes out is from the existing systems, and those are pest free, so we don't have to dip those anymore.
Terill, with you having so many tanks in the house, do you get to, if you've got a tank that is a go-to sort of safe zone tank, if for example you saw a coral not doing so well in one tank, would you then naturally take it somewhere else? If you got what's your setup? How's it work over there in the house?
The systems go in phases. Sometimes the garage is looking great in there, and then this system's on the fritz, and then sometimes this is great, that's doing good. Generally, they're all about 4 years old now, so everything's pretty much stabilized on whatever system. So I'm not worried about instability or anything really being off. But yeah, if I get, usually everything goes out there and to our grow out system in the garage at first, and then we'll kind of split it out in here. But at this point, we're just we're so tapped out on space that everything just tries to go where it can go at this point.
And if you did see something that wasn't looking its normal self and you weren't happy, what would you do with it?
Quarantine system.
You've got cuties.
Yep. Yeah, we got a 70-gallon quarantine system that we bring everything in. We dip. We treat with interceptor. So, and we also do interceptor. I know I've seen a question in there on the chat, and yeah, we do the interceptor quarterly. So as a preventative on all the systems, and then we do the interceptor on the quarantine system. Just bomb the hell out of it, pretty much.
Interceptor. God. I spend so much money on that stuff on an annual basis because of all the wild corals coming in. It's like, I got to get the raw ingredient. Anybody know where to get the raw ingredient? Nobamycin oxime? I'll spend the money on it because I know I only need like
Alibaba.
1 gram for my whole place.
Yeah, AliExpress. That's what,
Yeah.
well, same as Leonardo. So because I don't get wild coral, I don't even get the mariculture coral. Every coral I get has to be aquaculture for a long time. So that solves a lot of problem about pests. The second thing is that I went through all this trouble you guys mentioned about the Micromucil law, about keeping its color, growth. So I have one solution for myself. I get rid of all of them. Absolutely zero. No lure, no ACAN, no Micromucil. Done. Well, because I'm running out of room anyway, so get rid of them.
I have a ton. I probably have like 40 or 50 different color morphs of Lord on the farm, and I'm so happy with their growth. But again, to farm that coral, to grow from one polyp over even a 2-inch tile, you're talking 2 years,
long time.
3.
Yeah, too long.
So
Yep.
How do you even justify farming that coral if there's wild?
That is the main point. Yeah.
But this is the thing: proven captive grown and holding color is a huge thing in my book. And if people actually respect true aquaculture, and unfortunately here in the U.S., people claim they respect the aquaculture part of the industry, but they don't want to pay for the corals after their aquaculture. I can get that for $20. Yeah, wild, chopped.
That drives me nuts, man, because I say it all the time because I love my torches and I'll aquaculture all my torches. And then I tell people, I said, it drives me nuts because you put so much time and effort into aquaculture and torches. I'm convinced they're not a beginner coral. To me, they're super sensitive, very bacterial receptive. They take a long time to grow. And then people are just, importing them left and right. And how can you compete with it? Because to move my torches, I'm having to lower my prices, which drives me nuts because I'm like, it ain't worth it at this point. So but people don't care. They don't know any better half the time. And when they do, they still don't care because they save what, $50?
Yeah.
And then it dies. They buy another one.
Yep.
Exactly.
In the long run, they should have just bought it from a decent from an aquacultured source. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just going to jump into the comments, gentlemen. Involve the audience again that are watching at home. Thanks for tuning in again, everybody. Question earlier from Mr. David Senna for you all regarding flow. So back to the flow question, which I think we're going to probably touch on quite a few times today. Regarding flow for SPS and LPS systems, then, how would you guys go around it in a mixed reef system if it was your own tank and not in a farm situation?
You got to do it. That's your own art project, man. You're the only one to sit there and look at your aquascape, your pump selection, how you want to put your corals in. There's nobody that can give you the answer but you, and you're going to have to sit there and watch. And then, you might put a torch over here and say, hey, it ain't happy. You really want it to be there, but it ain't going to work there. So you either got to move it somewhere else or adjust your equipment to make it work. So it's a dance. It's a dance.
Exactly right. I mean, this is the thing. Every single one of my systems is a mixed system. Like my SPS corals are on a rack that's at least 6 to 8 inches higher than the rest of my LPS corals, and then the halides go straight down the middle and cook those corals, and then you get residual light coming off of either side. So it's flow wise. What we've done, especially with the ocean sea waves, is we have those closer to the surface so that they're hitting the acros more. So like you said, Terill, you have an aquarium. You cannot get advice from me or from Dong or from Corey or from Leonard or from Terill or from Tom on how your tank reacts to the water flow. If you think somebody can give you that advice, you get out of the hobby. I mean, do it yourself.
Do you know what, though, Chris? What I will say with flow is that I think, yeah, you're right. That you definitely, obviously, I'm not going to question what you're saying.
Observe.
I think observing is definitely like Terill saying that, yeah, because certain corals are going to react differently, aren't they? They want to more. They're going to want a different pattern, maybe different intensity. Obviously, we talk all the time about don't giving a coral direct flow, necessarily. So there's a lot of things to sort of, and I think the other one is it what the coral wants or is it what you want? Because quite often people will set the tank how they want it because it looks however they want it to look, Instagram, whatever. But the coral deep down is going, this sucks, man. This is just shit.
The reality of it is this sleek look of an aquarium is not for the corals, it's for the people. And you can't expect to keep your corals happy and healthy if you want your tank to look good aesthetically. You're going to have a power head that's in the middle that's an eyesore if you want water flow to be there right. I mean, you can't just have, a power head on this side and a power head on this side because you don't want something in the middle. Put one in the back of your tank too. I mean, you gotta play around with it. You gotta do your own work. You gotta observe your corals and they will tell you if they're happy. I can't tell you if they're happy because I don't look at them every day.
But isn't that what keeps it interesting as well, Corey? Do you not think? To keep it a bit interesting?
Yeah, well,
I mean, to constantly tinker a little bit.
I love the tinkering part, but when I set up a tank, I try to already think in different zones where I want to put which coral. I mean, for hobbyists, that's a big problem because he goes into a store, this is nice, I'm going to buy this and this. But he didn't already know where he wants to place it. And then what I like to do is play with different types of flow. I know Leo likes to use the gyre type of flow. I love to keep that for my SPS on top, have the oscillating ones. I used the Tunzi Orca before it came out. I used it when they were developing it. I love that thing. Really nice big flow. And of course, from the back, I like to use some MP40. So I like to mix and match the different types of flow for the different zones of corals that I have in my tank.
Yeah,
that's how I do it when I set up a coral display.
If I can add something to that, I think Corey and Terill made great points. I think I can imagine as a beginner you try to focus on a certain number, like I need 20 times turnover, 40 times turnover. But it's so dependent on your rockscape, the coral selection, what direction you want to go with the tank. I think if you look at flow as something useful, I think it's very important to keep at least all detritus suspended, not having too much dead spots in the tank. I think that's the minimum of flow you should have in a tank to avoid a lot of dead spots. Avoid detritus accumulation behind the rockwork, in the rockwork, etc. And I think besides that, it's so dependent on your rockscape, the amount of pumps that you use, the settings on those pumps that you use. It's just a matter of playing around with that flow. Look where the corals feel best, which position they feel best. And I think that's the nice thing about this hobby. You cannot just put a remedy or one plan onto every situation. It's different every time. So I understand this question, but it will be just a matter of experimenting. I think.
So would you all agree with them with just because you might be happy with it today, tomorrow, you are going to have to constantly look at it like you all saying and change it as when?
Yeah, because corals also grow, right? So the aquascape and the coralscape never stays the same. So you have to continuously check, is the coral getting enough flow also in the middle of those colonies when they get bigger, on top of those table acros, etc. So you will be checking flow basically on a daily basis. Are all the polyps still moving? Do I have to clean the pumps? Because,
just took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say clean pumps.
Because you can have enough flow on day 1, but maybe day 60 your flow is down by 40% because all the pumps are dirty. So it's something you have to check on a daily basis and keep testing and playing around with it, I think. And you can better buy too many pumps and dial them down, so you have the flexibility of adding flow or adding some flow from a different direction than just buying 1 or 2 very heavy big pumps, in my experience. So you can better invest in 3 smaller pumps than 1 or 2 big ones. That would be my advice.
And we're speaking from farming perspectives too, because for us, we're looking at it's the health of the coral over anything else. So our priorities are going to be different from the average hobbyist. And so and I'm thinking I keep a couple display tanks. So, and I fight with I have a peninsula that I want to have clear and, nice clean panels. I don't want pumps all over the place. So I have to be willing to accept a certain amount of either I got to go in there and do manual maintenance, or I got to accept a certain amount of, I got to give up, detritus is going to build up in these areas and it's going to cause me this many problems, but I get to look at a clean panel. So,
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or learn the hard way that there's certain corals you can't keep in your aquarium because you can't do because of, that's it's a reality. I mean, these animals, we cannot reproduce the flow that the ocean gives us.
Right.
Gives them, and they're in the wild. We can't even get close to that. And just like Corey said, having and Terill, having all these different, and Leonard, you got to have multiple power heads, is the way to go, so that you have dynamic flow in the system. And true dynamic flow is going to come from something that oscillates a pump. Even oscillating a wave pump that's got some wave programming put into it really gives you even more dynamic flow. And I think, Corey, you just said you're using the Tunzas.
Yeah.
I did the 24-hour live with Salem and
Roger,
and Felix,
Felix,
It was really awesome to see that unit that was coming out and going to be available. I love the aspects and the engineering that they put into that thing. I mean, that thing is amazing. I mean, is this true about it? I think if I remember correctly, that it actually, you could program it so that if it was going the distance of your aquarium, it could be at 100%, and then it would slowly go down.
Yes, you can.
Your rock, so that it wasn't blasted. See, now that's a really innovative thing. That's a step above what you see when you break it down, and that's what hobbyists are looking for. They want that innovative thing. So your experience with them, how's it been?
Great so far. I really love them. As I said, I was working with them before they partnered, because the team behind the Orca partnered up with Tunzi, so they became like one. And I was loving it beforehand. It's extremely nice. The flow from the new Tunzis, I think that the 6175s is a very wide, very gentle flow. It's really nice. I love it.
That's cool.
Terill,
And the app and I see I'm really stupid with apps. The app is so easy to use. I'm like, that's why I could never set it. I tried setting up an Apex once. I failed miserably. So this is amazing that it's so simple to use.
I got 7 Apexes, and I had Tom come down and he installed them all for me. So I was like, well, shit, I don't even know how to do this.
Not me.
Yeah, not that Tom.
Not me.
I knew it. Luckily, I played with the other ones enough. It wasn't that bad to hook up and get it working properly. But
not too bad.
I'm not tech savvy whatsoever. I'm plug it in and let it go.
Yep.
Well, on that note, sorry, Doug. Do you think it's too overcomplicated these days for reefers? Do you think it could be made a bit easier? Maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Go on, sorry, Doug. What were you
Recently, I just changed my mind for one of my thoughts of bow flow. So before, I tried to prevent the flow directly hitting the coral, especially Aquapora colonies. So right now, I deliberately using the ocean sea wave to use the way to sweep directly on the acro colonies. Oh, it's amazing. So the colony actually respond much better over a standing wave to massage them. So deliberately, the sweeping, just swipe on it. I think that is for mixed reef. You definitely should check out the oscillating device like the ocean sea wave. Is really that may be a solution for mixed reef. You will have a lot of SPS. Also, you have LPS and you have lots of detritus. So another thing that I found out is that I'm really not a guy that is very tech savvy. If I need to pull out my phone to use a device, I probably don't love to use it. I want physical control.
Like playing a quiz down at Christmas, yeah?
Huh?
Like playing a quiz at Christmas. Like downloading the app, yeah? Anyway, don't matter.
The thing is that I really don't believe in something that when you change something, you have to pull out your phone. I want something that I can walk up to it, turn a knob, things change directly. I don't want anything that I have to go through a Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. Screw that, because when the internet is down, your Bluetooth, your Wi-Fi is gonna down. Well, look at Reef Factory. Hello. So yeah, if you don't want anything happen to that, well, use something that you are not relying on the internet. That's why this Meridian, I like the Meridian. I actually accidentally disconnect the Meridian off the internet for several months. I didn't realize that. The thing just running as usual. And then one day, one of my customers said, your light is blinking. And I look at it, yeah, it is blinking. It has been without internet for months. But it's run as it is without the internet. I really don't want anything that rely on the internet. I want everything simple. I want an ATO, just doing ATO, not measuring my temperature. Totally pointless. So, right, you want ATO, just doing ATO. You want a doser, just doing a doser. Without the internet.
You mentioned lights blinking. I've just realised, Corey, last time you were on, there were several lights blinking behind you. The Christmas tree.
Yeah, my Christmas tree. It's finally gone. I mean,
what? You put it out?
It was gone on the 25th. It as you remember, I put it. We put it up on the 1st of November, and then it's gone by the 25th of December.
Okay. I just wondered if you were sat in a different room. That's all. Okay. Go on, Corey. What were you going to say on that point with dongs?
For the apps, I think, I don't like that my lights have to be connected to the internet, but I think that the data is stored on the phone app. But I think still having it connected, that the app can have it like a hybrid solution, is kind of important, that you can do different tasks from wherever you are. Do you need your light to be set up from when you're in Africa? No. But other things like in your tank to see what is my water level doing, like things that you would do with an Apex, I think that is important, like a different, not a must, but a hybrid situation, that most of the data that is needed to run, even if the app is off, is stored on the app itself. I think that's where the light itself, that is how it should be done.
Yeah, that's basically what we do. We only monitor, but we don't control with any devices. So every change in we don't have KH keepers or alkalinity keepers anymore. I do that now by hand, but like temperature, of course, is controlled automatically. But other than that, nothing is automated anymore. So I measure pH, but nothing. It can change. It cannot change anything. Alkalinity, at some point I had to recalibrate those KH keepers on a monthly basis, 4 of them. I have to do most of that stuff myself, and I was just so fed up with it, and I just manually test my alkalinity every day now again. And it's fine. And if something is wrong overnight, if you're asleep, you cannot check your apps anyway. So if I arrive in the farm the next morning, even with the apps, you will find out.
But do you not think you find yourself being dictated to by an app rather than your eyes with the tank? Well, it says it's this, so it must be this, or it says it's all right, but it must be all right. When maybe you're the person.
But sometimes the elk dropped to like 5 because it clogged, and the tank still looks nice. And you would have walked by the tank and looked, everything is nice. Go home, and then the next day or the next day. So just going by eyes is not always the best tool.
No, because you will catch some things too late.
Sure. Terill is, I think it's beautiful.
I was saying, definitely the automation and the monitoring, it has its purpose. Like I've used the Tridents in the past, and I've gotten the Aquas in the past 6 months. And that particular piece of equipment, like I use Apex with it, and me trying to balance everything here, and I only have so much time in my day that I can't go and manually dose everything. And I've tried to set up fail safes on the back end. That way, if I have a failure, I'm not going to totally lose the system. but the automation, I will say, has helped me out dramatically and stabilized my systems. But again, you got to know what to look for. And like Corey said, you know, if it drops to 5 and you're like, yeah, something's not right there, at least it prompts you to start looking. Whereas you know, when life happens and you're doing with your family and you're doing work, and you know how easy it is for a few days to just never look under the tank, or you know, never look somewhere else where you know just a visualization would correct the problem.
There's a question from John in the comments, and I think it's sort of going back to the lighting. So everybody's obviously running different types of lighting in your farms. So I think I'm reading this question right. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. How would you suggest hobbyists acclimatise, or you know, when they're putting these corals into their tanks, how should they acclimatise your corals? What would you suggest? Anybody want to go first on that one? Leo, over to you.
Well, acclimation is just like you have your Acropora frag here in the bag floating. You take it out and you put it in your tank. So
yes.
Acclimation, like 1 second.
I have a feeling there's some like high five going on here with that statement.
1 second acclimation. I think when it comes to lighting, I think I can only talk about acros. Most of the acros are farmed in high light, so you can probably put them in medium to high light immediately. You don't have to put them in your sand for a week. Maybe you can start a little bit lower, let's say in the middle of the tank, and then move them up slowly. But don't put them in your sand or right at the bottom. That's totally unnecessary. When it comes to different lighting, we use halides, T5 LEDs, or in a hybrid situation in most cases. And to be honest, people say like, yeah, when I put my frag under halides or T5s or LEDs, they totally transform. And that's not our experience, to be honest. Because most systems are actually connected, so the water is exactly the same. So if you keep them roughly in the same light intensity, the frags will basically stay the same in general. I do have to say, when it comes to halides, T5 or LEDs, we run everything very white, so very daylight spectrum basically. So that's the same for all of them. I guess if you put something under only blue LEDs, it will definitely transform, but that's not what we do. But I think the lighting type doesn't matter that much, where if spread roughly spectrum and intensity is matched, I think a coral will do fine under LEDs, halides, and T5s. That's my experience, at least.
I would think chemistry would be more of an important crossover.
Yeah, for sure. So if the systems are connected and the chemistry is the same, I don't see a lot of changes in the corals, to be honest.
Or even coming.
I will do it quick because the video's playing. I see, Tom. Thank you for warning me. Just kidding. You saw the ground floor. Yeah, the ground floor frag tanks here in the beginning. Total system now is roughly 3,200 gallons, like 12,000 liters of Acropora only. And we are currently rebuilding the whole first floor to add even 2 more rows of tanks. One of them a extended quarantine observation tank. This is part of the old mother colony tanks. This was basically full T5, a little bit of LEDs. Ground floor is mostly hybrid T5s. Show tank is halides and a little bit of LEDs. But I would say most of the farm is a combination of LED and T5, which T5 is dominant in that case. This is the new show tank. It has been matured a little bit more than this at this point. And this is the rebuild of the first floor. This is in progress. The tanks are cycling right now. So this will be 6,000 liters of Acropora that will be, I think it will be ready in a couple of months. So we can put all the mother colonies that we have downstairs back up. So I have to do a lot of reshuffling at the moment. So it's a little bit extra busy for me.
Anybody got any questions for Leo on that?
Beautiful.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
Chris, you've muted yourself if you can hear me. You've muted yourself, Chris. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. There we go. You're back.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything from you? You were doing a lot of nodding then.
Leo, keep it up, man. It looks good. Everything looks good.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
I want to touch the light thing and acclimation, and I think it's a big myth, especially if you're buying something from an aquaculture facility, or think about it this way: you're buying a coral from the wild. How are you going to reproduce the light that the ocean is getting when you go to your aquarium? So why are you acclimating in lower light to a higher light when acros especially? They come in from the wild. I put them in as much par as I can put them in to keep them happy, so they don't turn brown. And that's I think one of the keys. But when it comes from different lights, if I know I'm getting, like, I try not to get any new acros for the farm unless it's coming from somebody that's farmed their own. And if I like Joseph Gachet from Carolina, he's an amazing reefer here in North Carolina. And he's got amazing coral. And he uses his light on as full spectrum as he can get. I get calls from him. If I get a call from him and put it into my halide, from going from LEDs back to halides isn't about 6 months for anything. For puddles, for anything. Those are the shit. But if I get an acro from somebody that uses, primarily blue light, I can guarantee you that I'll get that coral, and in a year to a year and a half before it does anything. It'll be healthy, it'll be beautiful, the polyps will extend, but it will not grow when I go back to the halide from that mainly blue light spectrum that they grew their corals under. Sanjay Yoshi, Penn State, I don't know if everybody knows who I'm talking about. He's pretty well known in the industry. He sent me acros, and I never skipped a beat with his. His just continued to grow and grow and grow and do extremely well. But everybody that had more of a blue spectrum LED that they were growing their corals under, I don't even like to get corals from them anymore because I don't have a year and a half to wait before it starts to grow and then 2 years to grow it into a colony that I can actually frag. That's been my experience with LEDs going back to halides. So people say to me all the time, well, you grow your corals with halides. If I get them, it's not going to do well under my LEDs. No, that's not true. Corals adapt very well, and they will adapt to the conditions that they're given. So taking them from the wild and putting them under LEDs is an easier adaptation for them versus going from a lower quality of light source, which is, in my opinion, an LED, back to a higher quality of light source. It's harder for those corals to adapt back and get back to where they need to be because they were missing that true full spectrum of light that they now have to readapt to. That's been my experience. I don't know if any of you guys, Leo, you use halides too. Everybody that I've talked to that uses halides has the same experiences that I've had. So I tend to stay away from anything grown under strictly royal blue LEDs at a high par because it's a waste of time for me to even try to farm the coral. We're talking 3, almost 4 years before I can even put the coral on the market after I get it. When I get something under a full spectrum light, it takes less time to adapt back to halides, but it's still only 2.5 years or so before I can actually put it on the market. And that's, it's a long time when you're talking about the space it takes and the cost of electricity as it keeps rising, as everybody knows.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh.
I think we do get frags from other farms, but I think most farms that farm Acropora at least run daylight for some hours. I'm not.
I think it depends on the country. I think we see it from our European bubble. When I was over in the States, it was very different there.
Really?
From here, at least like half of the day is really daylight, right?
Yeah. So my point was, if you just meet the basic requirements when it comes to spectrum, light spread, and intensity, those 3, it doesn't really matter what type of light you use. But I guess if you farm your frags under only blues or very dominant blue spectrum, it will be a different story. But I think we don't have a lot of experience with that here in the West because I think people tend to, with Acropora tanks or Acropora farms, to at least run their wide spectrum or wide daylight settings at least for a couple of hours a day. Yeah.
Let me just jump into the comments, gentlemen. For a couple of people asking questions. So, Corey, I think you've answered this already. The NIOS dip, when it will be available in the USA.
I think Q1. It's FDA shit because it's the only dip that is legal in the European Union as a pesticide. So we are legally allowed to say it kills pests. Yeah. So everything else just protects the coral and gets the biome nice. But this is actually a pesticide. So that's why on the label it clearly declared what is in the product. And because it's a pesticide, you have to do all the FDA stuff. But basically, it's still just the same ingredients as you would see in similar products. It's different essential oils.
I think I think the coral dip, the Niles dip, is significantly different from the other product.
Yeah.
On the
you
US
got a bottle too.
Yeah. Actually, so I really like it.
Well.
I have to say,
it smells
really
nice.
Like
it's a nice bath substitute.
Well, not only it smells nice, but it really works.
Yeah.
Well, I have an empty bottle here. Oh no, I shouldn't show this. It doesn't exist. But that is really something that game changer. I can say game changer. That's really nice. Actually, do you guys ever look into something called ceramic metal halide?
Yeah.
That is a pet project I'm trying out this year. Because the ceramic metal halide actually is quite different from the regular metal halide. Yeah. And that is the closest to the sun as possible for a man-made source.
Can you also get them with dominant blue spectrum, or is it always
I think
green?
I think you can get a 12,000 K. I do saw a ball that is kind of bluish. They all 315 watt for some reason. There's no other wattage available.
Is it HQI?
So, no, it's totally different. No, it's not HQI. It's just called a ceramic metal halide.
You're talking about the plasma lights.
No, it's not plasma light. It's a metal halide, but it's a ceramic metal halide.
Yeah.
So if you look at the spectrum, it is closest to the sun as possible.
Well, plasma.
There's many horticulture people are using them.
Yeah.
A plasma.
And they're more efficient. No, that's not plasma light.
No, but I'm saying a plasma light is very similar to a metal halide. The only thing that's different between a plasma bulb is the quartz sleeve doesn't have any electrodes going into it to excite the gases, and it's radio frequencies that excite the gases.
So, but what you're talking about is exactly it's a metal halide, but it's different type. So Leonardo was laughing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
No, I mean I've heard of ceramic metal halides, but I didn't know that they were different from a plasma.
Actually, they're quite different.
I haven't looked into them at all.
You should look into that. I'm trying to buy a unit to try it out.
I wish that plasma would have taken off because you can use a 30-watt plasma bulb is equivalent to the output of a 250-watt metal halide.
Yeah.
And, and I have a friend here. Never took off is because LEDs came in and squashed them.
Wow. I have a friend here in the Netherlands that is actually trying them out now in combination with the GHL lights to complement the blue spectrum a little bit more.
Yeah.
And it looks extremely beautiful. It really looks like that, that classic 10,000 Kelvin halide look in combination with those blue LEDs. So I think it could definitely work. The ceramic halides, I'm not sure. I think, Dong, aren't they also discontinued to some extent? Isn't it very hard to get them anymore? Like the regular halides, or
actually they're more alive than regular metal halide in the horticulture world in the US, and the balls are pretty cheap. And they also said the ball lasts much longer than regular metal halide.
Yeah, true.
So
and they're actually slightly more efficient as well.
Exactly.
Metal halides
cost a fortune to run.
Well, keep me posted, Dong. I'm very curious about those. I never tested them myself.
Yeah.
Curious about them now too. But metal halides don't go bad as like everybody thinks they do. I mean, they say 6 to 9 months out of a 20K, and a year out of a 65K. Well, call Adam at Battle Corals and ask him how old his 65K Owasakis are, and people will go, "Huh? Your corals are still growing under them? They're like over 5 years, 6 years old." I've got metal halides on the outside of my farm, outside of the building. And when the bulbs blew, when we first got in here, I took old 20K bulbs and stuck them in there. They're in there for 13 years. They're still firing. Metal halide bulbs don't go bad. The spectrum does shift, but is it that bad? I haven't.
No, it's not.
I haven't seen enough of a spectral shift on them to justify the 9-month thing. I usually do like a year to 18 months when I change out my bulbs, and then I save them because one day I'm not gonna be able to get bulbs. I might as well keep all the old ones and reuse them down the road because they're not happening.
When I was using the Radium 20K, I burned them for 2 full years. All they die, but none of them die in 2 years. They always burn them for 2 full years. Back then, the local club, there's plenty of people changing out their metal halide after 6 months. I said, don't toss it. Bring it my way. I actually have a stacks of the Radium 20K before. Of course, I gave it away after I told you to get out of the halide. But 6 months? No, that's too early. 2 years. That's what I get out of them then.
It's the same with T5s, right? The biggest drop in intensity is in the first 2-3 months, and then they are pretty much stable for the rest of the year, 2 years. So I think if you just take into account that initial drop after a couple of months, then you're basically set for at least a year,
2 years
for the T5s and 2 years for the halides. Yeah.
I wouldn't agree with that because my experience, my experience was a bit different. Whenever I haven't used T5s in probably 7 years. But whenever I switched to T5s, like mostly the blue ones, let's say 9 months, the whiter ones, 12 months. Whenever I switched them, like let's say all at once, you would instantly bleach your corals. That's the biggest indicator that they lost a lot of power over that time. That's why, of course, we moved to always use like switch 2, not all of 6, whatever. But that's why I would have never said that 2 years. I wouldn't have agreed with that. Maybe like pushing it a year.
We do 1 year for our T5s and then switch 50% every 6 months to prevent that that high peak in par. Yeah.
You want to know something? A very wise light man told me. Everybody knows who Tullio is?
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
Of course.
And this was something that made complete sense to me, and I never thought about it. But if you look at your T5s when they're burning, after they've been in your fixture for about 6 months, you'll notice on one end it's kind of has a black tint to it, and the other end doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the reason why that black tint is on the one side and not on the other side is because you have wires from your ballast, and it doesn't. That wire might be 8 inches longer going to the side that's not black. The other side is black. Well, that's because the electricity is getting to it first. Tullio told me that he learned that if you actually at 6 months flip your T5s, flip them inside the fixture, they'll burn evenly and you'll get longer life out of your T5s. Because the biggest problem with a T5 is when that black keeps building and building and building, that means there's mercury being broken down and other elements that are being broken down and sticking to one side of your lamp. So when you flip it, it actually gives you a longer life out of the light. And I actually did the experiment at 6 months on my lights, and I flipped them, and I got a higher par reading. Not much. It was very minute, but I got a higher par reading when I flipped the bulbs. And that's because they were then able to burn properly. I mean, Tullio taught me so much about lighting. The T5 thing was a big thing because now I can get an extra 6 months or so out of the T5 and not worry about the spectral shift being as bad. So anybody that's using T5s at 6 months, take your bulb out and flip it around, and you'll get a little bit longer life out of your bulbs.
Terill, ever dabbled with T5?
Oh yeah, that's a lot of what I started with. So I love them. I've just, got off of them on the last few years just because of kind of heat management in the house, and I'm not diligent with staying on top of the bulbs, so I went LEDs, and that's kind of where I've been now.
Speaking of the heat management, do you realize what the heat is off of those bulbs? Does everybody know what the heat is?
Infrared.
It's infrared. It's a spectral. Yeah. It's a spectrum we're missing from LEDs that the corals might not need it, but that would just that's just like saying, okay, let's block the infrared light from the sun. The planet's going to be fine, right? Wrong. So we are taking LEDs and putting them on. We're not getting infrared light, so we're missing bacterial spectrums or bacterial populations and a lot of other things that the ecosystem we're keeping in our aquarium need. So when we use LEDs, we're not getting infrared, we're not getting UV. People say you don't need it. Well, the corals don't need it, but the ecosystem pretty much needs it. And I think it's a huge human misconception about what our ecosystems that we're keeping in a box need. And I think it has a lot to do with some of the issues that we're seeing with bacterial issues down, that we didn't used to see 20 years ago. I mean, I've been doing this a long ass time. And a lot of people that are probably, I don't know how many of you guys have been doing this for more than 20 years, but we never had bacterial issues back in the day. And when LEDs came in, all these bacterial problems started coming about. And I'm a firm believer that, yes, we don't want that extra heat in our home, but we're going to waste a lot of money on dead corals if we don't have that infrared lighting. And I think it's a huge thing that is overlooked in the hobby, as well as the UV part of the spectrum of the bulbs that we don't get from LEDs. Because LEDs, you can get an LED that produces UV, but it only lasts 3 months the most before that LED diode is burning. It's showing light, but it's not putting UV out anymore. And I think if we all went back to, some of the basics and didn't worry about that little bit of heat that a T5 produces, we would have better success in reefing and not have to worry about bacterial infections like we do nowadays.
Do you think this debate will ever be settled, gentlemen? It's been discussed many, many times. I can see everybody's got different facial expressions based on what Chris is saying.
I just look at it. We're smarter than the planet. We're smarter than evolution, and we reap the problems that we sow.
Okay.
Yep. I think with lighting,
I do believe the. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go on, Leo.
I think with lighting,
ahead, Leo.
I think everything works. It's really dependent on your own situation, and the rest will be just the Android versus Apple debate. You have to. You cannot convince each other. I think my experience in the farm is they all work, but one solution makes more sense in a certain situation than the other one. I can imagine for most people with tanks at home that LEDs just make the most sense, and you can definitely grow every coral that you want under those LED fixtures. Maybe for I think Chris's aquaculture facility, LEDs only don't make sense at all, for instance. So I think for every situation there is a solution.
Yeah.
And I think all the solutions work. Of course, you have bad lights in any department, but if you have a quality light with good spectrum, good spread, that's very important, and the right intensity, the right amount of light, I think everything works. All solutions can definitely work.
And there was a question. There was a question earlier from Tommy and Sharon, going back to the audience for a second. Which corals do you think have been a sleeper for you, or which corals have been a sleeper for you this year, last year, should I say, in 25? And which ones do you think will do well in 2026? Because reefing can be a bit of a fashion. Would you agree in terms of which coral is hot or not?
Yep. Winds and phases.
Terill, what about you? Start with you, mate. What about Bhutan? Anything that you think's not done as well as you thought last year, or something that you think is going to do well this year?
I think for us, we kind of stay in our own lane of what we're passionate about growing. And I think that kind of helps us stave off the trying to follow the trends, because again, I'm not flipping. So I'm not going to keep up with that mainstream trend of this is popular and that's popular. And in 3 months, this is going to be popular. Like, I'm just going to make what I have popular. And if people, and I think a lot of that is a lot of people don't know that they don't know what exists. They don't see mother colonies. And then I think when it finally comes to the forefront of their mind and they see a nice grown out colony, they're like, wow, I would have never given that a second thought. And then that thing becomes popular. So just stay in our own line and grow what we like. And then if somebody wants to, we found it, we found a bunch of ACANs and started growing those out. And then all of a sudden we watched in our community where we're selling, ACANs became popular. We watched a lot of other businesses start going into ACANs. So everybody follows the trends, I guess, but sometimes some people set it more than others.
Corey, what about over at White Corals? Anything that's you think's hot or not at the minute?
We run our farm and the whole facility a bit different. I look at Leonardo, and for me, he's like this delicacy store, a little bit smaller, but very
patisserie,
fine art, almost
cakes.
Art pieces. Yes. And for us, we are more in producing mass. We try to, of course, we have quite a few more high-end stuff, but we are more into the pushing out masses. And for me, this year, what I thought was very weird, we had a lot of really nice Favias and Goniopora and stuff like that, these bigger LPS, and they didn't move at all. Nobody was buying them. And I was like, why? They're so easy to keep. They're so nice, but they weren't moving at all. Which kind of made me sad because we had so many nice ones there.
And have you still got them?
Yeah, I hope. Let's get them out. Come on, guys.
White Corals.
Whitecorals.com. Come on.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah, my
reefing is a bit of a fashion, though, isn't it, Leo? So reefing is a fashion. It does tend to be heavily influenced. Would you agree with socials and probably a few
for sure.
heavily saturated pictures, maybe doing the rounds every now and again?
Nobody would post oversaturated pictures.
I'm not saying
nobody would do that.
I think too, like we've seen, like we dabble in a lot of Aquapora too, and I've seen where we sell heavily on TikTok. That's our platform. And a lot of people are coming on there and they've never kept Aquapora before. And so we like that platform because it gives us the opportunity to actually have this same face-to-face that we're having right now. And so now they're getting direct access to what it is to grow Aquapora. And now people are all of a sudden finding that they can grow Aquapora because they have the right access. They can talk to us about it. We can walk them through the process. Yeah. And now all of a sudden Aquapora is becoming more popular. Whereas, it was never within their perceived skill level before, and now they're able to move up to that level. So, it's just the skill level will dictate some as well.
Somebody mentioned something a couple of minutes ago, gentlemen, about seeing the coral when it grows out to the mother colony. Now, as an SPS, whatever you want to call it, collector, I think it's so important when you're buying a frag that you see the mother colony, and there's not enough of that. Some of you are nodding and laughing. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Because I think it's really important, and I think
it is very important.
Is Chris? You said earlier about the tenuous we were talking about, and they can grow in certain ways. If you've got a coral and doesn't look like the mother colony that it should look like, then you've obviously got reason to start to question why. What have you where you're going wrong? Do you not think? Bit of a guide almost visually.
Well, there's many different factors that come in. Very often, the frag does not look anything like what it's going to look when it's grown out. Different color patterns, like the typical sour patch and whatever, they turn completely green. It takes a while to get the purple tip back. And so we are now slowly taking pictures of the mother colonies and placing them with the same ad for the frag. So people then already can tell, hey, okay, I got this, and it's from this mother colony. I know where it's going.
Yeah,
and that I think that builds confidence with your customer base too. The people they don't feel like they're getting taken. They don't feel like they're only trying to make a decision based off what that frag looks like. They can actually say, hey, look, like I got it long term. He knows what it looks like. It's healthy. I feel more confident buying that than I would just kind of a blind frag, more or less.
We like to put we're actually working on. My daughter actually just finished all the stories behind all the lineage ACI stuff, and that's all going to go onto the website. So you're going to hear, you know, basically the whole story behind the coral and why we put it on the farm. But then you're going to get to see pictures of the mother colonies as well as the frags. That way you can determine whether you the coral or not. You know, everybody mentioned bifaria tenuis. You know, and Dong, I was going to say something to you about the home wrecker earlier. I talked to Jason Fox about that coral multiple times, and he grew that coral under LEDs, and he could never get it to do extremely well. Well, he went back to using metal halides on that tank where he keeps his main home wrecker colony, and it never loses its pink tips. It's always got that extreme intense color. He has it also in with LEDs, and he has nothing but problems with it color shifting continuously. The halides keep it consistent. So
Corey, calm.
Hey, no, I mean, I know people that have it under LEDs. They keep it perfect. You know, the guy that named the coral prefers to grow it under metal halides because he keeps it. He says, I get better color, better growth under the halides than I do under the LEDs. He's like, and that's not the case with all the bifaria/tenuis that he farms. But I think it's important, very important, to show the mother colony, like Corey and Terill said. I mean, it's super important. Definitely. I mean, if you saw a picture of my drunk monkey, Dipsostrea.
I don't want to see a picture of your drunk monkey, thank you. Not at this time.
I didn't name that coral, by the way. My manager Daniel was like, "This is called the drunk monkey." You know,
I've seen you and Amanda after hours. I know what it's like at the Meckley household. I can quite clearly see where that was called drunk monkey, but we'll not go there.
But if you see the fragment that's on a 3/4 inch plug, and then you see the mother colony, you see all that beauty that's in the fragment. You only see it on the outer edges of the coral growth. You don't see it in the interior of the mother colony. You see some of it, but the outer edge of that Dipsostrea is the most stunning part of the coral. And some people might not want to buy it if they see what the mother colony looks like. I think the mother colony is absolutely stunning. But we mentioned, what do we think should be something that is what was your question about corals? Was it trend or
it was trend. So you're saying what do you think is going to be the sort of the next big hit? And have you got any sleeper corals that you think are going to probably make a bit of a comeback this year that didn't do so well last year?
I can only hope that people start thinking for themselves and stop going by the trends. But if anything was supposed to become trendy again, trendy at some point, not chalices, but Dipsostrea or family Faviidae. You know, I
just said, right?
Corey was just saying.
You know, when you were gone, I was saying that this year we had so many nice Favias and like the whole families, and they weren't moving whatsoever. I was basically giving them out for free, and people weren't buying them.
I could hear you, but I could only hear bits and pieces of it. So I didn't know you were talking about the Faviidae family. But yeah, I agree with you, man. People don't realize they're easier corals to keep too.
I got some from you, Chris, and they're gorgeous, man.
Dude, if you got the Dipsostrea, the drunk monkey, the Charizard, the Jinx, the Smoochums, the Purple Heart, all of those Dipsostreas are just stunning. I hate them. You're shaking your head, Corey. I hate them.
No. Hey, it makes money. It makes money.
Exactly. It's a bit of sugar on top.
For me, if it was for me and I didn't have to worry about dealing with this bullshit in the industry, I would say this rainbow Dipsostrea or this whatever, the colors. I don't like the names. The names are what people want. And people always put up these posts. What's the name of this coral? That's a Dipsostrea Maxima.
I know, but
what's the name of it? Dipsostrea Maxima.
The big drip clearly works, Chris.
The name game thing gets on my nerves, but and that's when I have a farmed coral that we've been growing like most of the Dipsostreas for a handful of years before we put them on the market. I want to put them up as this rainbow Dipsostrea or whatever, and I can't, because if I do, nobody will buy it. If I put some funky name like Drunk Monkey on it, people are like, "Oh, that's a cool name." No, that's a badass coral But you like the name, so it's a rainbow Dipsostrea. The name means shit to me, but hey, if that's what people want, that's what you got to do, and that's unfortunate because I'm horrible at coming up with names. I turned it over to my wife and my kids and my staff. They're like, hey guys, what are we going to name this coral? Well, all the Dipsostreas are, since the Purple Heart was named, all the Dipsostreas have been named after Pokemon because that was the easiest thing for us to come up with. My daughter likes a thing called Demon Slayer, and she wants to start naming corals after Demon Slayer colors and stuff like that. I'm like, whatever. I'm like, I don't even know what all that means, but if you can come up with a good name for it and it's catchy and people want to buy it because of the stupid name, then great.
I'm just going to jump back into the comments. Some questions that people have asked.
Can I add my 2 cents for this?
Go on, Leo. Go on.
Yes.
What I hope for 2026, I also follow a lot of freshwater YouTube channels, and I'm really inspired by their approach. And it is so 180 degrees different from our approach, because they see the whole tank as a holistic, as a true aquascape. And everything is part of that aquascape, the plants, the rocks, the wood. And what I'm trying to say, I hope in 2026 we can get away from that, just collecting those individual high-end species and see the tank more as a holistic aquascape, and just go for shapes, go for certain colors. I'm talking about Aquaculture in this case. Yeah, just have a backdrop of different staghorns, and then in the front have a few tables with a staghorn coming in between, instead of just having 10 different tenuous frags. I'm also selling them, but 10 different tenuous frags, and just see like, oh, this is this one, this is this one, this is this one.
His website's actually under his title, just in case you didn't notice that earlier, just in case you want to visit it.
Yeah, but
here's the thing.
I really hope I can convince people, and I try to do that through my show tank, to really select their corals based on color and shape, and not about them being high end or not, because in the end you want to have a more or less realistic looking tank, realistic looking piece of the reef, and you need different shapes, different colors to really create that, and not just 10 high-end frags, in your tank.
And what is high end? High end is only a matter of perception of.
It doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to a great friend of mine, God rest his soul, Jake Adams. Him and I used to bitch about this industry on a daily basis, and how it's gone to be all these trendy things and all these corals that you have to see the colors with a microscope. And him and I were the type of guy that'd be like, you know what? If I can't see that coral and say it's badass from 10 feet away, it ain't badass. And that's tenuous bifaria for me. Like, I can look at all the bifaria and tenuous in my farm, and the first thing that catches my eye is the Bally Green Slimer, or the ACI Pink Panther, or the purple stag that's growing in there, or the Sunbeam Austera, or the Yellow Tips Austera, because from across the room, you can see that coral is badass. Right. But when you see the tenuous colony or the bifaria colony sitting right next to it, you're like, what is that? Why? I can't even see it. And then you get up close to it, and then you say, okay, I can see something. Hold on, let me get my magnifying glass. Oh, damn, it is pretty. To me, that's not how you look at a reef tank. I don't know. I can't get past this. I love the subtle colors. I love the intensity and the rainbow aspect of these corals, but they don't excite me nearly as much as a big, huge colony of Bally Green Slimer, or Jake's Hardline Hoaxamai. That's the turquoise color that you can literally see from across your room. I just wish that people would buy corals for their own personal liking, just because they go to a shop and they see something that they like. But if it doesn't have a fancy name on it, they won't even buy it because it doesn't have some fancy name on it. To me, that's doing all corals an injustice. And there's so much more available on the market than what is trendy at the time. And the trendy stuff, it comes and goes. And a lot of the trendy stuff ends up being so over collected that it's not even healthy when I receive it, because they got to go so far away to get it now. And then it's not treated properly because they're talking about a third world country which collecting this stuff, and they're like, oh my god, dollar signs when they see people wanting a gold torch, you know. And we talked about gold torch, I think, in the green room, but there's probably 10 species of what we call torch coral that are not Euphyllia glabrescens. There's probably 10 different species, because you can't tell me they're all glabrescens, because this polyp is this big and this polyp is this big, and then there's everything in between, and then there's polyps that meander like a wall hammer does. You know, there's so many different species out there that haven't even been classified yet, and we haven't even begun to touch the classification of the genus Euphyllidae. They broke it down from Euphyllia to Fimbriophilia, and now there's only supposedly 2 species in Euphyllia, cristata and glabrescens, or paraglabrescens. So I don't know. I think that would be my real wish for 2026, that people just buy a coral because they like it, not because it's trendy.
And to your guys' point, you know, get off the idea. Everybody's got to get off the idea of only looking at a frag and only, like, you know, it's all rainbow tenuous, and they get on this fad of everybody wants to see rainbow. But like you said, when you look at it in a full spectrum, it just, you don't see all that color. But, you know, to me, it's more beautiful when you see a nice Bali green slimer next to a nice Oregon blue tort next to a nice, you know,
color combination for me is, or placement is equally just as it can have as much impact as having a rainbow, whatever, you know. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with the rainbows, but using a color chart or a color wheel, which I've added a little bit, getting certain colors to contrast, providing that they're obviously, you know, going to be happy where you put them, I think it can have a lot of impact as well in a tank. Definitely.
And another good point about the trend thing is, if you go by the trends, you waste a lot of money. If you go by what you like, you save a lot of money. And if reefing becomes a hell of a lot more affordable if you buy what you like visually, not what the hobby likes. And when you follow the trends, you can really get into a huge money pit into a reef aquarium. Well, why don't people like soft corals anymore? They're absolutely stunning.
But you'll also find that you'll buy a cheap coral that you like, and guess what? Next year, everybody else might like it, so then the price goes up. I've seen that happen.
Like a yellow Fiji ladder.
I've tried hard to make corals popular, but it hasn't seemed to work yet. So,
at Zed Burn Reefing, I'll keep throwing this up. Sorry, gentlemen. Anybody got any experience with fenbendazole flakes? Do they work on these newer Acropora eating flatworm that we are seeing?
Yes, they do. They work. I mean, the fenbendazole flake, I'm a firm believer. It works really well on acro flatworms, all species. Fenbendazole in general works extremely well. I mean, you can treat your whole entire system with fenbendazole, but I don't recommend it because
that's what I did.
You did?
Well, not my complete. I tried it on two smaller tanks. But the problem is, since there's no real treatment plan so far, like real dosages, it's really hard to find the right amount. Because what is a pinch of food? How much ingredient is in that act? Like, how much is that? Like, are we talking this pinch or this pinch? And that's why I wanted to like write a treatment plan. So like, same what we have with milbemycin. We now know how much you need to do, but I just don't have the time and the amount of flatworms to test it. But I think it works really well. It kills soft corals no matter what. Like I took the tiniest amount and it still killed all the soft corals, and I couldn't put them in. There's no rocks in there, so it's still, you couldn't put any soft corals in months after. So if you do it, definitely don't put soft corals in the tank anymore.
Well, it's a good way to eradicate star polyps from somebody that wants to get star polyps out of there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're like a toadstool or whatever, you can't even put that in there anymore. Even it killed gorgonians. Like I was shocked that it killed gorgonians. Yeah, that stuff is. And I'm telling you, the amount I put in, I need one of those cocaine scales to do it, because it was that tiny amount of white powder. People were coming up to the farm and looking at me, and I was like, yeah, this is just medication. It's nothing else, I promise. Like, it was insane.
Meanwhile, there's a razor blade, a credit card sitting right
Yeah.
Portion it out. So anybody use the Fauna Marine has aqua eating flatworm eggs? Supposed to be.
Well, not anymore. They have now it's no. I can't go into product development because I was part of the team when that product was developed. It works to a certain amount, a certain degree. It helps to prevent the how can you explain it? They reproduce much slower, and the coral builds up a much thicker slime coat, similar to what the KZ product used to do. It works pretty well. Very hard to produce, very hard to keep stable. It's not the end of solution, so you definitely still have to like base the corals, dip corals, but it is a product that works quite well to if you have an active tank and you want to get the amount lower, you can use it. Yeah.
So that is a chili oil, right? Is it the capsaicin?
Well, I can't go into the products.
Well, it says on the website it's a capsaicin.
Yeah. Well, again, if it's a pesticide, it has to have one main ingredient listed. Ingredient listed.
I see.
That's the problem, Dong, with some things that are produced in other countries that we can't get here because, like the anticipate that I talked about earlier. If Chris were to put wording on his label that it kills this, it kills that, it kills everything, he would be visited by the EPA. So it is a tonic. It doesn't actually kill the majority of that stuff. It immobilizes it. And I've actually had, zoanthid spiders that I knocked off of wild zoanthids with the anticipate, put them back into regular salt water, and they revive. They come back. So
really?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, some dips, they just basically paralyze the pests.
Yeah.
Okay.
And most dips do only paralyze the pest because they don't want to be visited by the EPA. It can be a big problem for the company that is producing a dip if they continuously say that it kills.
And it's super expensive to get the paperwork done. It's so insanely expensive that it doesn't make sense for our industry. We were just lucky enough to get hoop through a few side holes, but we made it work. But it's really, really not easy. That's why no products actually say it kills stuff. Or it shouldn't. Yeah.
Well, it was like a year ago when I actually broadcast. Dong, you were on the show. I'm pretty sure you were on the show with Keith when I was talking about. I told everybody the regimen we were using with the fenbendazole flake food, and how we've been doing it and the success that we've had from it. And then Pirates Reef,
Ronaldo.
What?
Ronaldo.
Yes, Ronaldo. Ray.
Yep.
He put it on the market. Pirates Reef kills. I'm like, dude, you better take that shit down. I'm like, you're going to get visited by the EPA. You can't do that. And he's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, you can sell it fenbendazole flake as a Acropora eating flatworm preventative, but you can't say it kills them. I said, or you're going to be getting visited by the EPA. And he's like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, yeah. So he just took it off the market, and didn't sell it. I think he still has some of it, but I mean, bottom line, when I announced that fenbendazole flake helps with acro flatworms, the company that was selling it sold out like in 2 hours, and then they got it back in stock. I think right around Christmas time last year, they sold out again, and they took it off the market. They won't even sell it anymore.
Chris, the owner emailed me, and he's like, "Hey, why?" Because I had bought a bunch of bags at that point in time, and he emailed me. He's like, "Hey, can you let me know why these are all getting sold out really quick all of a sudden?" So I just said, "Hey, it was a treatment to kind of prevent some of this." So, okay, and yeah.
So then the price doubled. Yeah, is that what happened?
Yeah, I contacted him when he took it off the market and said, "Hey, can you get me the supply line? If you're not going to get it, I'll bring it in myself." And he wouldn't even give me the supply line. I'm like, I'm like, okay, I'll infuse my own flake food. I know how to do it, but I just don't do it.
What I would like to know
is very similar to this guy.
What is it?
So I that's a fish sauce that we were talking about. And I used to be able to buy this thing at like $8.90 a bottle from Amazon.
Yeah.
Ever since that we were talking about this thing on live stream, and right now the Amazon price is $19.
It went up in price.
That's your own fault.
Double, more than double.
Corey, what were you saying?
Yeah. See,
Oh, that's a fish sauce.
We import a lot of fish as well. So a lot of them have flukes, right? Freshwater dips work, but it will never eradicate it. So what we started doing is using flubendazole with an L. And it works extremely well against flukes. Like they die off in about 10 minutes, gone. And I would love to know if you can use that in a tank, maybe. And it doesn't have the soft coral effect. I don't have the time to test it, but maybe somebody can try flubendazole.
I'm gonna write that down. Flubendazole.
Is for chicken?
No, it's used in koi, in freshwater. It's mostly used. But I've seen a British company use it, and Paul from AAC, he told me it's a great product, so I tried it out. And ever since, we've been using it as a protocol when we get like Filipino fish that usually come in with tons of flukes. The fish are doing so much better. You can just see them fall off.
Interesting.
That's
very interesting.
Yeah,
I'm curious now.
Well, talking about Paul.
Yeah, they said the flubendazole actually is a widely used, effective, broad spectrum dewormer for chicken and other poultry. Wow, should try it out.
Try it out.
Well, I'm gonna try it out.
Right, Corey, you mentioned Paul.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of questions for you, gentlemen. Time as well.
Good evening, Tang, Chris. Hope you're all right. Hope you and Amanda are well. Dong and Leonardo and Corey. So with such an illustrious panel of guests this evening, which is fantastic to see on our little UK network, I've got some, how can I put it, some more sort of in-depth questions which I thought I would place for you, as you're all so knowledgeable. So just interested to hear your views on these questions. And the first question I've got for you is, what practice in coral farming is widely accepted but you think is actively harming corals or the hobby long term?
Right, let's pause it on that one.
That's a deep question.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
I'm thinking about it for a little bit.
I'll give you my answer, and this is from what I see, and from my level is the importing and the flipping. I feel like that I see anybody and everybody importing corals that have no business importing corals, and they're not. I've seen like Chris, you have a proper facility, a whole way to take these in and do them properly, and people don't see that that's the kind of process you need to do these things in a healthy way. And what they're doing is, anybody can be an importer out of a 40-gallon lowboy, and they're throughputting coral that is unhealthy, full of pests, and everybody wants to be a coral farmer. And I see that on TikTok a whole lot, and it takes advantage of the customer base, and then what it does is it's not good for the animals. You end up killing a whole lot. It takes advantage of the customer base. They get a bad perception on it. And I always say, like, we are the ambassadors of reefing, and to people that have no idea what reefing is, when I see people do that, I'm like, man, you're just making the case harder for the rest of us that are trying to do it in an ethical way. And I think that the lack of ethics in fooling with these animals, I think that's harming the hobby. Yeah, it's money. It's all money, man. And people see the dollar signs, and they're willing to ethics be damned, as long as they're making a little bit of money, and it's hurting it overall. So that's my thing.
Okay, thank you.
I believe coral farming will never get the respect that it deserves until there's no more wild coming in. It's too soon for that for me, though, because there's still more out there for me to add to my farm. But I really don't know how to answer Paul's question, to be honest with you. It's a tough one. And is it what I just said, or is something else deeper into that? Corey, you farm a lot of corals too, so and Leo, and Dong does nothing but farm corals in his basement. I love it. And, his basement badass, by the way. If you're going to check his place is pretty damn nice. But I don't even know how, saying it's aquaculture, it should have a lineage behind it,
like a lineage,
in my opinion. And I think that what happens more cases than not is people say they're aquaculturing corals because they have a business that's basically an aquarium with a 40-gallon breeder stuck off the side of it, and they buy corals from somebody like me, and they say they're aquaculturing stuff because their display tank has corals in it. I think that it should be, I'm a certified aquaculture facility, and we dictate, don't dictate, we tell the aquaculture certification on an annual basis. If we add more to our farm or take away from our farm, we have to tell them exactly what we're aquaculturing. And I think that credentials are huge. And in this hobby, because people are so price conscious that they believe everything they hear. And if people actually did more research instead of worried about the price of something and actually looked into somebody like myself that aquacultures, or Corey, or anybody that's on here, aquaculturing corals, and sees the difference between, an aquacultured coral and one that is not aquacultured. I mean, if you're buying a torch coral and it doesn't have a flesh band that's at least an inch and a half going down the skeleton, I'm sorry, it's not aquacultured. It's freaking wild, and it was chopped up into pieces. Our aquaculture torch corals have you couldn't find a dead part of the skeleton on the coral because there's that much flesh. Same with the hammer corals, same with the frog spawns and all the fimbriophilias. If they're being truly aquacultured, why is the flesh band only a quarter of an inch to a half of an inch down from the main polyp? And by the way, they're not heads. A head of coral's got freaking 1,000 polyps on it or 50 polyps on it. They're polyps, not heads. So when you're talking about aquaculture as a farmer, I mean, I can look at a coral when somebody tells me they have an aquaculture Fimbrophilia parancora, and I pick it up and I look at it and make, no, this is wild. No, I got it from so-and-so. Well, they import, or it's not, there's no flesh band going the whole way down. When we had our Royal Court of hammers available on the market a few years back, people were calling me going, how is the flesh band encrusting onto the plug? Well, that's aquaculture for you. Because that coral was, when it was cut, there was 45 or 50 polyps on it. And all that tissue went straight down to where the original polyp was glued. And when you have a hammer coral that is super healthy and aquacultured, the tissue band will go all the way down to the plug or damn near close to the plug. And that allows the coral to expand even farther because the flesh goes all the way down, and it's like elastic. Water fills into that. If you ever see a good wall hammer that is super healthy, you'll see that the tissue band is down the side of the coral, and it inflates as well, and the skeleton is kind of floating in that tissue. So that's a huge thing I think people need to really look at, but is overlooked because nobody knows what aquaculture really is, because it's kind of in its infancy when you break it all down in this hobby. And you were mentioning freshwater. Freshwater is like 2 decades, 3 decades ahead of saltwater when you break it down, maybe even more than that, because they've been farming freshwater fish since what, the 60s? I mean, heck, that's how old 5D Tropical is, the oldest fish farm in the country.
I think there's a lack of standard for aquaculture, though, and not many. It's all over the place. You ask one person, they say 6 months. This person says a year. This person says 5 years. So there's the standard difference makes it a little bit weird, but I
think pricing then comes into it in the UK as well, because we do like to save a few pennies, and if we can get a gold torch for this or one for this, people are going to go in one direction, and they're not going to think about where it's come from or what process it's gone through, or has it been aquacultured or just chopped up from Friday and sold to somebody on Saturday, Sunday. And there is a lot. I've seen a lot of that.
I think everything is fine as long as you're just open about the source. I think for some people it's totally fine if they buy a fragment of a maricultured colony, but if you sell it for 100 euros and say it's aquacultured, it's a little bit dishonest. But if you sell it for, let's say, 10 or 15 euros, I can imagine people with a nano tank, they cannot just buy one big mariculture colony, or like a student or whatever, and they don't have a lot of money. If I go back to when I was a student with the reef tank, I would definitely buy just that piece of a mariculture coral if it was affordable and I knew it was maricultured. So I would treat it and put it in like quarantine or whatever. But if people are open about it, I don't see it as a problem. But I think the biggest problem is that there's some dishonesty with the labeling of true aquaculture or not. And I think still with the imports, there's a lot of gray areas, how it has been harvested. Also with fish, there's of course, I used to work in a fish store that did transshipping from like the Philippines, I believe. I don't know anything about fish, but if I saw how those fish arrived, it was just heartbreaking in many cases. And I think it definitely comes down to has to be cheap. But there's still animals that are alive that are transported all over the world, and I think we have to take that into account, especially for the fish, but also for the corals maybe. So I think we have to think about our reputation also for people that are not inside the hobby, because sometimes when you tell other people like, all these fish are 99% of the fish are still imported, and they say, what do you mean? They come from the reef, they're just caught from the reef, and they when you say it out loud, it actually sounds ridiculous, but that's still that's still reality. That's still the fact, it's still reality. So
that number was I think the last survey was 90% of all fish in the States, about 90%. But I see it the same way as I would see it now with corals. If we think about it, how long have we been actually aquaculturing saltwater fish? For a few years now, maybe 10. Let's give it another 10 years. Then we're not by 90% anymore. We're probably then by, let's say, 60%. I think we're moving very, very fast compared to where we have been coming from. Same with saltwater, freshwater. Think about how freshwater was 10, 15 years ago. Very different. So I think we're moving in the right direction. I agree with everything all of you guys said so far. I really liked what you guys said. I think we need a balanced approach with more regulations, but we have to regulate ourselves as well. We were talking about Malaysian corals. I agree with that we really should be much, much stricter as an industry and getting illegal corals. But I would be a bit more lenient on SPS. That would be more my easy. But like getting hundreds and hundreds of illegal acanthophilia, trachyphilia, stuff like that, we just know it's not sustainable. So we have to go more into the route of we have to be more lenient, more strict with government oversight.
Yeah, and I think
because right now. We witnessed this as a company. We tried to file a report about a different company trying to do it. Basically, the response that we got was, what should we do? How would we know that they're actually illegal? Well, you're the guys giving out the paperwork. What do you mean? How should we know?
It's crazy.
So we really need to...
You talk about acanthophilia, you talk about trachyphilia. I'm going to bring up cinerina and lobophilia.
Yeah, sure. All of these single polyp, LPS. So
the future of those species, and a lot of people don't know this, but the only data that was ever published about Trachophilia and their growth rate was from a Japanese guy that spawned or got settlement out of Trachophilia jeffreyi, and he said it took 5 years for it to become basically a 1-inch skeleton. Well, that's been debunked.
By Jamie.
Not Jamie.
Jamie. But Jamie just told me about it. He grew. Jamie Craig's right. When I was in the UK at the Coral Freak show, they actually raised them from larvae, and he told me, Corey. Yes, he told me, Corey, you will be absolutely surprised. They were 1 year old. They were looking about, I would say, about the size of a Scholumia. So give them about 2 or 3 years, then you wouldn't even realize that they're just 3 years old.
Good friends of mine in Australia, Don Gilson and Lou from Interfish over there. I worked with them, been working with that. Well, Don's now retired, and Lou now works for, I think, Ames. Well, he's been giving them all the information that he got from working with Don and spawning corals on an annual basis for the last, 7 years. And, Homophilia australis grows way faster than what they originally thought. And Trachophilia grows like 10 times faster than what they originally thought. I have one Acanthastria pachycepta that was born 2 years ago. It is now about that big around, and it's now starting to separate and turn into individual polyps and grow. So, what we thought we knew, we didn't know anything. Because of one guy in Japan that probably wasn't feeding the coral, which Trachophilia is. If anybody knows anything about large solitary polyp corals, they need to be fed on a regular basis. And Jamie, God, he's done so much groundbreaking work. It was great to have him on my 24-hour live with Salem and talk to him, along with Kerry O'Neill. If it wasn't for Kerry O'Neill, ACI would have, and my wife and I would have never spawned Acanthophilia deschiensia. We had baby Acanthophilias that were, in a year, the skeleton was as big as your pinky. And they were saying, an Acanthophilia this big has got to be at least 100 years old. Well, I think that's bullshit.
I'm glad you said pinky. I'm glad you said pinky then. I didn't know where you were going.
But the future of coral, in my opinion, is people actually putting the time, the money, the effort into actually physically spawning them, settling them, and growing them. And honestly, that's what our ultimate goal is here at ACI. That's what we really want to do. But we did Acanthophilias 2 years ago. That's a very time-consuming part of what we did. That first year. Well, my wife was here for 60 days, every single night, waiting for these damn Acanthophilias to spawn. And the night that she decides not to go, my daughter and I decided to come over and take a look at them. And of course, they went freaking nuts. And there was Acanthophilia eggs everywhere. And of course, everybody came over, and but that's the future of coral. Just asexual fragmentation isn't going to get us diversity. We're going to get bored as hell with the industry if we don't actually get some diversity into it. And the only way to do that is to actually have sexual spawning. And it's not for everybody, but for somebody like a company like us, that's our ultimate goal, is to spawn solitary polyps that we're going to be not seeing at some point, and acroporas. I wouldn't spawn an acropora if it was the last thing on the planet to spawn, because everybody's got them. They're everywhere. They grow like weeds. Australia calls them the weed of the ocean. That's why they're not even considered a coral. They're considered a freaking sclerantinia. So it's part of their soft coral permits is acropora. That, if that tells you anything about acropora in Australia, it grows so fast and there's so much of it, they don't even have them on the main CITES permits, although they have to list them when they export them. Like, they use their live rock quota to collect acropora. And that's how many acropora are in the ocean.
Wow.
So I do have a question for you, Chris. Yeah. So when you have a sexual reproduction of this single polyp LPS, so how's the baby looks? Do they carry the same pattern as the parent, or totally unpredictable?
Well, we had an unfortunate mishap. We lost all of our babies, but I know Carrie O'Neill. She has a couple of her babies that are still alive, and a friend of hers has a couple of them. And the colors, they shift. Like the last one that we had before it perished, unfortunately, it opened up. It was as big as my thumbnail. It was about 1.5 years old, and it was bright orange and it had blue striping in it. The one that I saw from Shane, it's got a funky pattern I've never seen in an acanthophilia. And Carrie's acanthophilia were primarily green, but it had some bright oranges, bright gold, and red in it. So I think that, sexual spawning of corals is going to bring us so much diversity in color patterns and bring us new color patterns that we've never seen before. I've got, probably, I got to go count it, but I think there's a dozen baby micro lords that I got from Don at Interfish, and they're about a colony about this big now from a single polyp. They're about 3 years old, and they've got a color pattern in them that I've never seen out of a wild lord. And I've seen, I couldn't even tell you in 15 years of getting Australia, what did I see? Maybe 20,000 different colonies, 30,000 different colonies or more of lords. And I've never seen any like these. These are completely different genotypes, phenotypes than what we normally see coming from wild stock. So if we don't do sexual spawning of corals on a commercial scale, then we're not going to see diversity down the road. We're going to see basically a stagnant market come about, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I'm really scared about the pricing of those. I mean, people highly underestimate the amount of work that goes in. We just started selling the first Aquapora from Reef, the captive bred ones. And we're talking about a blue or minty green tenuis for $400. It's just a tenuis. Yes, I mean, it's justified for the work that they have to put in. And they just started with the blue one, so give them another few years. But they did the math. They're quite intelligent people, and they did the math that they have to take up to $350 to $1,000 per frag to get their money out. So and if we then go into LPS, I think we're very, very underestimating the price that we're going to go and
100% agree with you. And Leo's like, I got something.
I really don't understand why they didn't focus on those corals that are prone to be banned or already banned. Focus on the large polyps.
I think now they have a whole batch of Trachyphilia, but they just started it.
Because
I think they just took. I think they just took their stock that they had.
Yeah, I think the future of Acropora farming is definitely not spawning. Maybe for genetic diversity, but I think I will have soon 500 different species in the collection, and if I don't lose them, I think that's enough. I don't think people or the market demands more different kind of species. So I think that's not a very good argument. And I think asexual fragmentation of Acropora is so much cheaper, so much easier. Why would you go through all the hassle of sexual spawning while you can also do all the efforts for corals that are actually endangered, over-collected, and probably soon banned or already banned to import? And also don't demand so much light and so much filtration. You can basically keep them in a dark bathtub, more or less, compared to Acropora.
That's a good idea. That's where I could start another reef tank.
Just spawn
the Mythos is going to love that.
Just spawn acanthophilia in your bathtub. Then, no, but seriously, I cannot look into their methods and everything, but I was a bit surprised, and I didn't talk to him yet, but that would be a question I want to ask him. Like, why did you go this route?
Probably because it's already written down and it's easy. Acropora is like comparedly to what Chris found out with the Cantos. It's a very different story, and I think they had their method down so well through their research that it was the easiest and quickest route, and now that they have a steady flow of income, now they can start branching out into LPS. I think what's going to happen is we will have a parallel system running, because let's say we have those like really grown corals from the larvae and we frag those, they will be much harder than marine cultured ones that we just frag and put them into, and they're just used to it. So I think it's going to be a parallel system.
Yeah.
So how much sales do you see from this from the Aquapora that from spawn? Those ultra expensive coral frag, do they sell well?
I think we bought like 20-ish and we sold probably half of it so far.
That's good. That's good.
But
so people are willing to pay for it.
Does it come with paperwork though? Because if I'm a reefer and I'm buying that at $400,
no, it comes more. Wait! It comes with a really nice white plug that has a chip inside where you can put. No, I'm not joking. Where you can put your phone to it with a scanner, and it pops up on your phone, and then it tells you which grade it is and everything. I think that's over-engineered, but we're Germans. We sometimes over-engineer stuff.
So it's like a graded Pokemon card.
The story of the ORA, actually, here's a story that many years ago happened to ORA. So ORA is one of the oldest coral farm in US, and they have all this aquaculture SPS that's highly desirable, at least 10 years ago. So ORA has their unique flag plug. There's a plastic, where a big stump, that kind of thing. And what happened is that I see people collecting those plugs. They put other coral on it. I said, "Oh, this is ORA." Then to justify that the charging for about 10 times more than a similar thing. Yeah, that's back like 10 years ago. But of course, today it's probably there's so many aquaculture SPS available that is not a thing. But back then, people were collecting those plugs and then pass those frags as ORA coral. Yeah. So your FRID chips.
That's what they
by
call
the way, if you grow out those expensive frags that's on that FRID flag plug, then you're going to chop those, right? You're going to frag those.
That's why the system is going to break after a few years.
Exactly.
They have to bring out new color morphs every 2 or 3 years, because once you sold it for that high price, the guy who bought it probably wants to make his money back, so he's going to cut off a few frags and try to sell it as that's why I'm saying it's going to be a very, very hard market to get that to people, and that's why I think what we're doing. Yeah, that's why I think what we're doing is the better, not the better, but the easier way to go.
I agree, Corey. And Leo, I want to go back to what you were saying about, over-collected corals. I don't think you can over-collect species. And here's why. I seen a video from a good friend of mine, Vincent Chales, diving over an area that nobody goes to anymore to collect acanthophilias, because they took all of the colorful acanthophilias out of what is living there, and what is left is the dull brown, black, gray, ugliest, nastiest things. And there's, as far as you can see on the bottom of the ocean, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of them. I don't think that we as an industry can over collect any particular one species, because of the fact that we don't want 90% of what lives in the ocean, 90% or more. I would bet you, I was talking to Don Gilson the other day. He's retired. He doesn't dive anymore. But he was like, I would bet you that 1 in 1,000 Homophilia australis is what I collected. He's like, I would see 1,000 Homophilia australis and I would collect one of them. He's like, there are so many of them in the ocean. The EU banned them, but they don't get the facts from the divers about what lives in the ocean. I mean, you could go collect 1,000 of them and find 1 or 2 or 3 that are even desirable for the aquarium trade. Just like acanthophilias, just like trichophilias, just like cinerinas, all those big solitary polyp corals, they're thick where they come from, but the colorful ones, there's very, very few and far between. So, you know, I think for something like that, we're talking about, you know, like Acropora and how expensive, you know, the aquaculture, the sexually spawned ones are. I think that, in my opinion, if we're going to do this, we need to pick a handful of species and do them on a huge scale. So that way you have huge spawn, huge settlement, and you're not taking up all your space to grow out, you know, hundreds of babies. You're taking up all this space to grow out tens of thousands of babies that you can grow in a year that you couldn't sell in a year. And that would be the only way if you do it on a massive scale, not a small scale. Small scale is going to be a money pit that you don't even want to get involved with. It's got to be a massive scale. So we're talking like there's a company over in Indonesia that contacted me just over a year ago. And they said, you guys were the first to spawn Acanthophilias. How did you do it? We've got 700. I'm like, holy shit, you have 700? They showed me their vats. And I was like, okay, you're gonna a small spawn in November, a bigger spawn in December, after December full moon, and a massive spawn after the January full moon. And they had exactly that scenario happen. And they had thousands upon thousands upon thousands of Acanthophilias settle. I haven't heard from them since. I don't know if they killed them all. I don't know if it's still going, but that's the way to do it, in my opinion. And you have to have a pretty damn big facility to keep 700 Acanthophilias in one system. And that's actually not a smart thing to do, to keep them all in one system. You should have them in multiple systems because you don't want to crash it. But coral spawning in for a commercial scale, it has to be done very smart. And I don't think it matters if they're brown turds or if they're gems, because the genetics is genetics, you know, and the majority of what lives in the ocean does produce all the stuff that we want in our aquariums. So a brown coral can produce a rainbow coral without any issues, as long as as long as there's plenty of diversity in what you have as adults. And I think that is the future, you know. Dipsostreas, I mean, gosh, if it really worked where you took the best of the best and put them in the tank and you were hoping to get nothing but the best of the best, that would have happened with Homophilia australis, because Don Gilson had masters and ultras, and he's like, dude, the majority of these things are ugly and they're this big. You know, we got 20% of them are beautiful and sellable. The rest of them, we might as well just go glue them to the reef somewhere and let them live in the wild because they're not pretty. And that's the biggest problem I think we're going to come into effect with spawning corals in captivity is all the corals that we aren't going to be able to sell.
What do you think?
I think we already see some of the aquaculture coral that hard to move right now. They grow so much. Like some of the acro I have, the Manila Spy, not even acro, that Monty, your ACI Manila Spy. Right now is that I'm spending money to house them to live here. The whole New England area is all saturated. I cannot even sell for $5 a frag.
I had to have that.
Big balls everywhere.
Jake called me and he's like, I'm going to send you one frag of Manila Spy. And I'm like, what am I supposed to do with a frag? He's like, just shut up and take it. He's like, and when you sell it high, because 6 months later, you will never be able to get $15, $20, $10, $5 a frag for it. It grows so fast. And I laughed at him. And of course, I sold him for like $60 a frag. And 6 or 8 months later, I couldn't even sell it anymore. And now I see it. I mean, Tom, you saw it at my facility. You saw the 2 foot by 2 foot section.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And the coloring in the sump. I mean, it's Monopora carinata. Indigenous to the
Philippines.
It's
pretty. Bright red. It's so pretty. Yeah. And then a Keys Reef Bomb brought me 2 frags. That's 2 years ago. Right now, this thing become a pest.
It's got a cool story behind it because
you get the Niles dip. Sorry, it's Chris. You get the Niles dip and you dip it and get rid of it that way.
The Manila Spy has got a really cool story. It was smuggled out of the Philippines by a general into Dubai. Yeah. It shows how corrupt that country is, right?
Wow.
It was smuggled out of Manila into Dubai. Jake and Vincent were in Dubai and saw this beautiful colony of this coral in this Dubai aquarium, said they had to have it. They got a fragment of it. They brought it back to Indonesia. It was then imported into the United States and sent to Jake. Jake had it for a year and a half, 2 years, and gave it away, and then gave me some, and now it is absolutely everywhere. I mean, if people buy it from me, I'm like, why are you buying this coral? I actually get questioned, why are you spending money on this coral? You bought it from me in the past. If you sold it that, I mean, seriously, it grows so damn fast. I mean, you can blink and it grew a half inch.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have it here.
No, it's not a thing in Europe.
That's because Jake's
that's
the only
gorgeous,
person.
beautiful, bright red.
Bring it.
You know what Goniopora hirsuta is?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. It grows 1 centimeter every day.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, imagine this is Goniopora carinata, which is so close. I mean, we thought it was hirsuta for a long time, but after looking at it, watching it grow and get bigger, we was like, wait a minute, it's kind of like hirsuta / speciosa. And then we looked up carinata, and I'm positive, unless they found it somewhere else, but it's only indigenous to the Philippines. And when we found out that, we were like, it's got to be Goniopora carinata. It's a weed. When I get my ACI gets our U.S. CITES permits for our aquaculture stuff, I will definitely be sending it over to the U.S. because Paul Hughes is itching. He's like, I want coral. I can't do it yet, but
do you have a thought on the hybrid then that John's asking about? You say about spawning and different types of coral. Do you think hybrid corals will be coming out soon?
I think it's going to be
splicers.
It's going to be a long way down the road.
I think we're already there. I think many species that we think they're already hybrids. I don't think we're going to see a Acropora montipora hybrid. I don't think that's going to happen. But like interspecies hybrids is already many corals that we see in the industry.
Yeah, I don't think you get a hybrid a staghorn / short cake. That's not going to happen. But within those species groups, like the Middlepora group, the Befaria group, you already have so many hybrids. So
Acanthophilia cinerina. I think that I don't think Acanthophilia is even in its own genus anymore. I'm pretty sure they should reclassify it back as cinerina like it was for years. Just like the Endophilia was eliminated completely. It is, people still call them endophilias, but they're Cinerina macassarensis. There's actually now 2 genus in the Cinerina, which there should be 3 genus in my opinion, and it should be Lacrimalis, macassarensis, descientia. They should all be in the same genus. I mean, what do you think, Corey and Leo? I mean, you guys see a lot of coral.
I just know Acropora. That's it.
And we don't get a lot of big polyp LPS anymore. Europe has gotten very, very strict on that. We can't even import Catalaphilia anymore.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Can't import them anymore.
It's all based off of bullshit because I know for a fact that my Aussie guy, he's like, I could have drifted on this reef for a mile and still not seen the end of the cat field. He's like, and he calls them cat over there, Catalaphilia, we call them Elegant. But he's like, for a mile long on a drop off, it is nothing but cat for 30 feet from the sand all the way up to the reef slope, where then you get into sarcophytons and Gonioporas and lobophytums. He's like, and then you go out to the edge and it drops off and it's cats everywhere. And then you get to the bottom of it and it's cats all over the sand bed. And he's like, you can collect your entire quota, 5 tons, 10 tons, whatever it is, off of the cat field, and you would never even know anybody was there.
Dong likes cats, don't you, Dong?
Wow.
You like cats?
Dom, can I ask why do you have the cat in the farm? Is it because of mouse control or is it just for fun?
No. I have 4 cats right now. Well, they all born in this house. They never pay any attention to my coral. and they're actually my daughter's pets. So they live a long time.
Our farm is located next to a takeaway restaurant, and since they are there, we actually have a mouse problem.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually considering, and we cannot use poison. Obviously, it's also not allowed in Europe anymore to use poison. And I don't want to use it in the farm anyway. But the mice are too smart for the traps, and I think traps. I just don't like the idea of traps. So I'm actually considering buying a cat just for mice control.
You should.
Right.
Yeah, cats are very compatible.
You need to do a slide on this.
Leo, I got the perfect
benefits of having a cat in a coral farm.
So for the past 20 years, let's say, let's say 15 years, I only have one time with a cat jumping into the coral tank. Only one time.
All right.
Yeah. She was walking on the rim, and then just I was standing there and just grab the cat out of the water and give a bath. So it only happened once. So that's not an issue at all. Yeah.
Okay.
So my wife and daughter said that those are little helpers. A working buddy.
They are.
A working buddy.
There you go.
Does anybody?
But that's a good idea. Yeah.
Anybody answer this question from Pedro about spawning tenuis or a staghorn, or a staghorn?
I think they will.
I don't
think it will work.
Expert there, but I think they're pretty similar. I think it's just in like different species, like the big LPS that are harder to spawn.
Yeah,
like Ophelia, they spawn by their internal breeders, so you don't even have to do anything. It's the easiest.
We have the framer.
All corals spawn on one night out of every year, which is a bunch of BS. But I guess that's the easy way for them to explain it so that people can get a little bit of an idea about what it is. You know, there's so many different spawning cycles for a lot of different species. I mean, Cinerinum lacrymalis spawns in May. Acanthophila spawns November, December, January. Homophilia australis spawns the end of September, beginning of October, depending on when the full moon falls. You know, Trachys, end of November. So Acroporas notoriously are the ones that everybody goes by because it is the species people think, or the genus that people think of when they think of corals. They think of staghorn corals. So
the light tree.
Acroporas, for the most part, on the reef, depending on the region, spawn all at the same time. I don't know about deep water stuff. I guess nobody's really done any deep water spawning. That's kind of interesting to see what happens with Butane or even my favorite, Acropora tonella. Leo, you know what I'm talking about?
I haven't got a clue. I'm just going to keep nodding.
No! I'm talking to an Acropora geek here, and you don't know what Acropora tonella is?
He's Googling it right now. You watch. Terill, have you had any coral spawning happen at Poo Town?
Not that I've done.
Well, you've witnessed anyway.
Nah.
Okay.
Oh, I pissed off a nem enough to where it spawned, but that was about it.
I'm actually trying to prevent them to go spawning.
Yeah.
So,
Corey, you have anything?
Well, when they spawn, it's a nightmare.
No, not that I know of. Of course, we have our the cleaning crews that spawn regularly, but corals, no. Yeah. But we don't even use the moonlight. Once in a while, we have some torches spawn. Then we have baby torches once in a while, but nothing like planned. No,
I can't prove this, but we didn't have any lunar schedule on our acros in the back in the grow out one. They don't get any residual or any moonlight from outside or anything like that. And I sent a colony in, July, about a month before the normal spawning would be in the Caribbean. And I sent it to a friend of mine, big colony of voodoo magic. And it stress spawned in his system the day he got it. And I'm like, wait a minute. I thought they need a lunar schedule to produce the eggs. I thought they need a lunar schedule to do this. I thought they need a lunar schedule to do that. They don't get that in here. The lights go on, the lights go off, 12 hours a day. But they obviously, theoretically, I'm thinking that, yeah, the lunar cycle plays a huge part of it. But is it the gravitational pull that actually has another big part of it? Because if it wasn't getting a lunar schedule, then how did it produce eggs over the last 11 months? Because if you talk to Jamie, you talk to Carrie O'Neill, that acroporas typically need 11 months to actually produce their bundles, their egg bundles and their sperm bundles. And if they don't have 11 months of a standard, lunar schedule, they don't produce. So for me, I think
you will always have outliers that do it anyways, because I have dozens of customers that don't use moonlight on their system and still have once in a while on acro that spawns. I think that's just not the rule, but you will always have that one. It's with us. We sometimes have weird people. I mean, look at me. And then you have more normal guys just like you guys. No, I think it's
Corey, when I get stressed, I can spawn. Trust me.
Oh God, okay. Yeah. I saw him spawn at the Coral Freak show. It was crazy. No, I think that's not the rule, but I think you will always have that one coral that still produces it without the moonlight.
Well, it was kind of funny because, after the full moon in August, then we had a pretty, it was about 4 days after the full moon, our filter socks normally don't overflow because we clean them regularly. Well, they were overflowing pretty badly, like 4 or 5 days after the full moon. I'm like, what happened here? Why did they all overflow? And it made me think, that lunar or the gravitational pull is just as big as the lunar light cycle. In either one will work, but I haven't been able to prove that. So it's anecdotal bullshit for the science world.
Prove you're wrong.
I was asking about spliced corals. I kind of asked it a second ago. And if any of you spliced corals and made new successful splices as a result of it? Leo's nodding.
Yeah, I think, and I think Corey and the other guys probably as well, Terill, can confirm that if you keep corals long enough, you will have that GFP infection sooner or later in the corals. And
that's what I was about to say, because splice, I think he's mixing grafted and splice. Yeah. We're talking about different things here. Yeah. But go ahead, sorry.
Can you explain then, Leo, if you don't mind, sorry, on that point while you're on it?
Yeah, if you have a graft, you actually have the infection with the green fluorescent protein in the coral. That can happen spontaneously whenever you keep a coral long enough. And the graft, the splice is two corals that are settled very close to each other and then grow into each other like a chimera, and can have multiple colors but also different coralite structure, and it's basically two individuals really blended together. So that's something different, and that can only happen just after settlement, so after spawning, while the splice can happen basically even when a colony is much older.
I've actually had a pigment infection as well. Like I had a Cops Cali stagworm, which is nice teal, and it picked up the GFP and then also picked up a purple in it.
That's possible.
Yep. So it almost looked black until I started looking at it from the side, and I'm like, no, it's a very deep purple, almost blue.
And if you're careful about it, if you watch your
I actually look into the fluorescent protein when the coral can change the color. Actually, when I talk to some of the researchers, and for example, like green fluorescent protein, when you compare to a green fluorescent protein to a red fluorescent protein, the difference is very tiny. So basically, they're talking about the difference between a green protein and red protein. Maybe only about 1%. It's like a side chain that the branching out a little bit different. So genetically, the coral are capable to express green and red, orange and purple. It's highly dependent on the environmental stimulant. So that will cause the protein to express a certain coloration. Maybe the lighting, maybe the temperature. The lighting actually plays a very important role. So basically, it doesn't need a coral to have the fluorescent protein infection. Of course, fluorescent protein infection is very common on the reef for coral, just like Leonardo said. But the coral themselves is capable of generating green and red and purple and yellow and gold. The why this one look all green, because it just doesn't want to generate other. Or maybe the environmental the simulation is not there. The coral does not need to generate that color.
And I do
so the rule of yeah.
I think it's in the DNA too, because like let's say for instance I had
it is because that the protein itself is capable of making green and making red.
Yep.
But
I had a yellow one. I actually it was a Pikachu, picked up the green pigment infection and spread throughout it. I isolated the original yellow from it, and that colony grew out to a 3-inch plate, and then recently just picked up another green GFP in it, and now it's spreading in that colony.
So it also is possible. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Oh, it also possible is that there's some other environmental stimulant causing the same coral express different color without actually taking in external fluorescent protein. So they're actually capable. Because I was talking to people that said, how do you genetically modify the gene to express different color or multiple color in one coral? The answer is that why do you want to modify the gene? The gene is capable of doing all this. For example, you're capable of making a round, hard to say. So basically, the capacity of the coral to generate different color is already there. It's just the coral choose to express this color or that color or both or third or fourth. So that is a mystery.
So can it be manipulated, do you think?
Yes, I was about to get to that. First of all, I was about to get to that because I think, as Terill said, some species are more prone to getting the GFP infection. That's very like the confetti styles, the Cadillacs are very, very prone to it. But what I noticed, I had a big LPS, a Turbinaria reniformis, the purple ones with the yellow old school coral. Not a lot of people have it. I had about 200 frags. One of the frags fell underneath a acrylic frag board. And a few months later, I pulled it out, and in the perfect shape of the corner it was sitting on, it was neon green. It picked up the neon green pigment. So I would suspect that the neon green pigment is a stress reaction, and some species are more prone to getting that stress reaction than others, because it kept it, and now it's pretty big now. It's gone through polyps, neon green polyps as well. It's pretty nice, but it was in a perfect shape as well, where it was laying underneath and didn't getting any light. So I think it was trying to reflect more light, get more, keep the coral itself alive.
I
posted. So you have 20 something of them. It take me so long.
I have one big. I have one big big colony now.
He'll swap at you. He'll swap at you for some of Chris's. He'll swap at you for some of the Manila spice. We'll do a trade.
I want Manila Spy to get some green in it. That would actually be kind of cool. Maybe it was Dell again.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's possible. Yeah, maybe it's possible. Well, actually, I one of my ACAN in Canada. That's the Orange Crush ACAN is one of my oldest. Well, this is not a lore, it's in Canada. So my kryptonite candy can fell on top of it, and he ate that kryptonite candy can, and now the blue mouse become a green mouse. And then when the polyp when you grow, that patch of green actually grow. Until I frag it, I want to say, oh yeah, now. Huh?
So you're saying people should feed their corals then? So there was a question about what do you feed your corals? So feed them corals, maybe, Don?
It's like coral tonic.
I feed kryptonite candy can to them.
I had an Acropora I posted back, I think it was in November. It was a Acropora, I think Acropora elegans. It's a deep water. And I have it with all my other acros. It's getting smoked with like 650 par with halides when they're on. And this thing went from being like a brownish green when it was imported after I went through quarantine and put it into the farm. It got some of it was blue, some of it was purple, and some of it was green, and some of it had a good mix of all of it. And I'm going, what the heck is going on with this thing? And then it died. So explain that. You know, it was so stunning. Everybody's like, I need a frag of that. I'm like, just let me see what happens with it. And literally, I never should have posted a photo of it, because every time I post a photo of something really funky and cool like that, the coral ends up dying for whatever freaking reason.
I don't want to jinx it, but how's your amazeballs?
The amazeballs is actually doing well again.
Right, I'm just checking.
When you were here, it was looking spectacular. In July, it lost all polyp extension and completely receded.
Because we went out.
Completely retracted.
It's because we went out. We went home. That's why, obviously.
No, it got some sort of infection, and I started doing chemi-clean dips every day for 2 full months, and all of a sudden the polyps started coming out, but it was nothing but green.
Yes, so we brought something from the UK, is what you're saying.
The amazeballs gone again. It took it, was it July, August, from September till now, it finally turned back to what amazeballs is supposed to look like and look spectacular.
So do you think that one in particular is bacterial receptive? Because I've heard a lot of people say that they have issues keeping them. And, you know, I've heard all the stuff of, you can't keep them in the tanks with other Gonies, which I don't think is true, but it does.
I think it's very true.
You think so?
No, we have them with our glitter Gonies and they're doing fine so well.
That's a glitter Gonie. That's an Australian Gonie.
So the same species.
Here's the thing. I get imports from everywhere. And I had 13 amazeballs frags. Okay, the amazeballs frag that I have now is the 13th, and I was given that frag, and I was like, if this one croaks, I'm done. I'm not trying it again. And the guy I got it from, Joseph Gachet at Carolina Coral Heads, he said, keep it away from all your other Gonies. So I have. The thing's been doing phenomenal. Okay. And then all of a sudden it wasn't opening, and I thought it was going to have the same fate as the rest of them, because I did the same thing to this one that I have done to all the other ones, but this one has fully recovered. There's never been a Goniopora in that system. It is a soft coral system only. If there was a Goniopora in that system, it came as a hitchhiker, and I didn't even know it was there. This thing is looking spectacular all over again. I've got a Goni garden. I used to have a Goni garden of 130 different colors. Well, they slowly are down to maybe 30 different colors. And I'm going, this whole thing about Goni warfare makes kind of a little bit sense. From Australian Gonies to Indo Gonies, I think that there's warfare that goes on either chemically or biologically. And here's the reason why I really truly believe that now. In Australia, they're huge on Yumas. I don't know, Corey and Leo, you guys, Yumas out of Australia are just fucking expensive. They're like $250 my cost.
Because they don't have a lot of them, Same with cleaner shrimp. If you would buy a cleaner shrimp in Australia, it's unbelievable.
Exactly. So
cleaner shrimp.
In Australia, yes. In Australia, Yumas are so highly prized as a coral for the Aussie reefers that they spend crazy amounts of money on one polyp. Well, somebody smuggled into Australia a few years back Recordia Florida. Well, those Recordia Floridas were then, it was only a handful, maybe 100, were distributed throughout Australia. And all these hobbyists that bought them, almost every one of them was a coral morph nut. They loved all the coral morphs. They had Yumas. They had other coral morphs in their system, or corallomorphs, I guess you'd say is the more correct term. And as soon as these guys all bought these illegal Recordia Floridas and put them in their aquarium, all their corallomorphs all bleached and all died, and they can't keep another Australian native Yuma or corallomorph in their aquarium. Why is that? Is it chemical warfare? Is it biological warfare? And everybody was excited about these Recordia Floridas coming in, but now everybody's like, no more, never again, because people that had their prize Yumas lost everything. I mean,
I've had doughboy colonies. I mean, big old ones, and I lost all my colonies from bringing in some Recordias like that. And
I think it's the same issue as think back when the Americas was first found by the British. All the natives died like flies because they weren't used to the illnesses they brought.
We get blamed for everything.
This is the opposite, Corey.
No, and I think we're mixing and matching corals from all over the world, and they're not used to the bacteria problems, viruses, and that's basically what happens.
Yeah.
I
think it is more like the bacteria because that Florida Recordia is Atlantic water, and Australia there's a Pacific water, so the bacterial composition is different. So, for example, that is even in Atlantic Ocean, in Boston area, people used to use the natural seawater. They collect the natural seawater to keep the reef tank. Nobody do that anymore because it kills all the coral. The reason for that is that we have cold water, cold Atlantic water. And then the coral we are keeping are Pacific water, warm Pacific water. The bacterial composition is all different.
I'm sorry, but if I'm getting natural seawater and I'm not ozoning it, then I'm a glutton for my own punishment. Because if it was me, I would be using ozone on that to the point where I got the ORP to like 400 or 500 to nuke everything in there before it went into my aquarium. And Joe Iula, at his 20,000 gallon, he gets water from the ocean. He doesn't have any problems. He's got the best looking 20,000 gallon reef aquarium I've ever seen, full of aquapores. Okay, I have to say, Andrew Sandler's is bad to the fucking bone. Diversity wise, this and that, but colony wise, Joe uses natural seawater. You know that, right, Dom?
At your scale.
I don't. So he using the New York water, Long Island?
Yes. They go offshore and get water, and then they ozone it.
Oh, the ozone, that's the difference. You kill off the bacteria, and of course that you can use it.
Why would any reefer just go to the ocean and get natural seawater right from the shoreline or wherever?
Come on, Chris, don't underestimate.
Oh yeah, there used to be a guy here driving a truck with a gigantic drum at the back and delivering seawater. But of course, very soon that business went away. Nobody wanted that anymore.
It wasn't English by any chance, was it? One of the questions
invested in a $35 5 gram per liter per hour ozone generator and injected ozone into that tank from the time he collected it until the time he delivered it. He would have nuked the shit that was in there in the first place, and he'd still be in business. But hey.
So one of the things we kind of touched on getting onto here, which I wanted to sort of touch on with you gentlemen today, was seem to be talking, or in the UK we seem to be talking more and more about this. So dealing with coral disease, yeah. So you're talking about different water, in terms of where it's come from. Can the same be said from where corals originate from? Do you think that could be causing people problems in their reef aquarium, buying an Australian coral, an Indonesian 100%. Coral?
100%. I don't think we even have a clue as to what we're doing when we're mixing Aussie corals with Indonesian corals, and now this illegal shit from the Philippines and Malaysia and all this other stuff. I don't think anybody has a clue as to all the microbiome. I mean, you all got to think back to the basics. What is the basic life form on this planet? Bacteria. It's going to be here forever. It's been here forever, and it's different all over. And we can't think that because we took a coral from the ocean from Australia that it's going to live with a coral from Malaysia, because the microbiome in those two regions is completely different. And if people aren't thinking logically about this, then I don't understand.
It's like, when you look at a reef, it's miles of the same either species or kind, and people are only getting the idea of what fits in this little box, and it's lost on them when you say that, hey, this is in Australia and this is Indonesia. They don't connect that in their head when again, they're trying to make multiple species work in a 20-inch box.
I started running UVs for a reason.
Well, again, if we take freshwater as an example, we would be building biotope tanks and just collect fish and corals from one region at least, you know?
Yeah, and I think looking at that, like I've kind of settled on that. I've kind of created biotopes specific for certain species. That way, it makes it easier for me to grow it out, and I'm not fighting against the mixed reef as much as I would love it. It doesn't work for me like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
we do a lot of mixing, and we learned a lot because of the mixing. And I can't keep an Aussie elegans coral in the same system I keep an Indo elegans coral. They say Aussie elegans corals are immune from the elegans coral syndrome. Well, I hate to say it, folks, but you're full of shit because you have no clue what you're talking about.
This is something on the back of Paul's original question from AAC about the changes. I genuinely been in there, 15 whatever years or so. I think now we're at a stage where people are going to start questioning where it came from, probably more, and rightly so. And they're going to be thinking about the detrimental impact, probably from experiencing that impact negatively, unfortunately, by thinking twice before going, that looks nice. Well, just like you wouldn't put that coral next to that coral in terms of them stinging because of the genus or the species, etc. I think people are going to get to a point, hopefully, where they think twice about, well, where did it come from? Not just in terms of its lineage, in terms of whether it's been aquacultured, but genuinely where it was originally, brought in from. And I think we should be thinking like that for a number of reasons.
I got a question. We touched on the ozone subject. That's something I've kind of dabbled in more recently. And now we're talking about coral disease. We're talking about mixing different species. What do you guys feel about implementation of ozone when you do have all these different species in one tank? Do you think that's beneficial? What's your guys' thoughts on it?
If you have a newborn baby in your house, don't do it. Seriously, don't do it. Otherwise, it's fine.
We use in every system both ozone and UV, but just not in ridiculous amounts. So the amount of UV, the amount of ozone that we use is actually not exceeding 25 milligrams per hour per skimmer. So it is a tiny amount, but it is on 24/7. Same for the UV. We use, I think, 180 watt lamp on a, let's say, 1,000 gallon system. So it's really underpowered for sure. But yeah, I think it helps to some extent to keep the chemical warfare down a bit, to destroy some organics or some coloration in the water, etc. So I don't really care about fish diseases because I don't have many difficult fish. But I think it just helps the overall system with a little bit cleaner water, a little bit less organic carbons, etc. And we also use activated carbon for the same reason, basically. And just everything in small amounts, I think.
Can I just comment as a reefer in the UK? Well, not just the reefer in the UK, but from a reefer's perspective, obviously you guys are completely different level to me. But there's so many products in the reefing marketplace, that are all on the back of it say, do not use with ozone, turn ozone off when using. So as a reefer, ozone is something that people want clear water. But why the heck would you not want clear water? Your tank looks amazing, your fish are floating on clouds, everything looks great. But then there's so many products, sorry Chris, just before you jump, there's so many products that say, do not use this, turn this off, you can't use this with this. And for a reef, it's really confusing because you want to run something because you want, like I said, the crystal clear water, but then you're also on the second hand, you're running a product that says that you can't be running in conjunction with. So where do you go then?
Well,
most of the products don't say don't run it together, but just don't use it while you dose it. It's the same like with turn off skimmers when you dose amino acids or whatever. It's not. It doesn't mean don't use it at all. Just maybe turn it off for a certain period of time, an hour or two, whatever.
But you're not meant to run the modern reef, Corey, with with ozone.
Oh yeah, but that's a different story. That's from a manufacturer side that they have. Well, I can't talk for Modern Reef,
No,
but
I get that.
like
But that's
reading
an
into
example.
it's their mentality that it breaks down too much of their product line.
Yeah.
I personally view it differently. I run similar to Leo. We run a little bit of ozone and a little bit of UV and activated carbon 24/7.
That's interesting.
That's pretty much what we do now. We used to just do carbon, change it every 2 weeks, UV 24/7, but I never run all my water through a UV sterilizer. So a lot of places would use, if they use multiple return pumps, they'll have multiple ultraviolet sterilizers. I don't believe in that. I believe if you have multiple return pumps, you put a UV on one of them. That way you're not nuking the entire system.
Yeah.
Because you want the pelagibacter and you want all these different, bacteria that are living in the water column to at least be present. And with the UV sterilizer, you're going to eliminate them if you have all your water going through the UV sterilizer. So we use the activated carbon 24/7. We've done that for the entire history of ACI. But when ozone was a thought, and it wasn't even ever a thought in my reefing abilities until last year, when I was just trying to fix a problem. And now that I'm using it, I run my ozone now. I've got pretty hefty ozone generators. They're 5 grams per liters per hour. And I don't run them for but 3 hours a day. And I run them from like 3 in the morning till 6 in the morning. And you can watch my ORP go from like 270 to 350 in those 3 hour period, in that 3 hour period of time. It is some serious amount of ozone going in there. But the biggest problem with ozone, and like you were mentioning, Leo, with this label, that label, or I'm not sure who was it you, Leo, that was mentioning that?
To me.
Or Tom.
Terill.
Tom, sorry.
Okay.
To me.
Okay, so Tom, so when the problem with ozone is a lot of these elements that are being added to the system, or even elements that are present in natural seawater, they will, when you're using ozone, like I'll give you the perfect example. The biggest scare for me is bromine.
Yeah.
Okay, bromine is a very important element. It's one of the halogens. Okay, having halogen balance in your system is extremely important, especially to keep down, pathogenic bacteria and pests. There's so many important reasons why you want to have bromine in your water, not just for the norm, the basic aspects that corals need it. But if you're using ozone and you have, of course, bromine at natural seawater levels, you're going to be creating bromide chloride, which is not that much different than bleach. And if you don't remove the bromide chloride after it's produced by the ozone, so if you're running your ozone in your protein skimmer and your protein skimmer's effluent is running back into your system and just allowed to go, the bromide chloride is going to go through your system, and you're going to end up having some major issues with your corals as you use ozone more. So I wanted to use ozone, but couldn't figure out how to do it. If you want to use ozone in a proper way, run it through your protein skimmer and the air intake, and then make sure that the effluent from your protein skimmer goes through a carbon bed. So what we did was we took 5-gallon buckets and we put in our big ass systems. Okay, this is us, not you, the hobbyists. You're going to be a much smaller scale. We use a 5-gallon bucket.
Water will look clear.
What's that?
The water will look clear. I'll have no iron.
It's extremely clear. It's actually pretty amazing what 3 hours a day does. But you run the effluent from your protein skimmer through. We run it through a 5-gallon bucket that's about half full of carbon. And we change that about every 2 weeks. And we do that just because we want every drop of water coming out of that protein skimmer to go through a carbon bed, because we want to make sure that the bromide chloride that's created by the ozone is completely eliminated, so we're not having issues. Well, it works. It works extremely well, unless the temperature in this area here drops to like in the 30s like it did a couple of days ago. Well, this was months ago that I figured this out. The temperature dropped, so we produced about, I don't know, couldn't tell you how much more ozone we were producing out of our ozone generators, but my ORP went to around 500 from in a 3 hour period of time. So it jumped like 250 pounds. And I was freaking out. All my fish were bobbing up and down out of the water. I thought they were all dead and going to die. And it was because of the bromide chloride. So I learned the lesson there. But if you are afraid of using ozone, just run it through your protein skimmer, very small amounts, and make sure all the effluent from your skimmer goes to a carbon bed, and you'll eliminate the issues that a lot of the manufacturers are saying will happen with their products with ozone. It will create something that's toxic, basically. Ozone is extremely toxic. You can't breathe it.
Wow.
Personally, Tom,
I recommend anybody using it be very, very mindful of how bad it can be and how much it can burn your lungs and it can kill you.
Yeah.
So don't take it lightly as, oh, I bought an ozone generator, I'm going to hook it up to my tank. No.
No, I just think people are easily swayed. I mean, Dong, we've done plenty of podcasts with you last year now, and you've just shown the price of his fish sauce has doubled because of talking about. I'm not saying it is primarily around that, but you create these crazes just like you do a coral, fashion, or whatever else, and people do listen to certain people and do want to make changes with their tank. They're impatient.
They don't listen to me all the way, though. No,
I'm just saying that people strive for that perfection. The irony with this is that it's the long game, not the short game. But you have to experience the downs as well to get to enjoy the ups, because that's just part of reefing for me anyway. But with the ozone, it's something that I've always looked at and considered, but I've always been put off because there's so many products that say, this will affect it, or you can't do this, or it's dangerous, hazardous to your health. And anyway.
I did end up losing 3 days that were about 15 inches plus because of the ozone production went through the roof because of the cold, dry air that came through. And I didn't I didn't think about it. And I know that
there's a remedy for the ozone overdose. Vitamin C.
Yes. I had a whole bunch of it. I put it right in the tank.
Yeah, you drop vitamin C into the water, that will basically neutralize the excess ozone. And also it's good for your coral and fish.
Interesting.
So as well as fish sauce, we're now pouring orange juice in. Is that what we said?
Yeah. Now could you implement a little bit of vitamin C dosing to handle that excess ozone in the system afterwards with no elevation?
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
You can, but
a lot of people dose vitamin C.
It's not going to neutralize the bromide chloride or the hyper.
Oh, you will.
No.
It does. It does. It has a chemical reaction that directly quench them.
It does?
Yeah.
See, now that's the
it does. And that is why that you can use vitamin C. Actually, it's an industrial procedure. Use vitamin C to remove chlorine and chloramine. So also you can remove your bromine, and excess of this.
Is it a reducer? It reduces the chlorine, or?
Yeah, because it react with the oxidizer. Vitamin C is just react with oxidizer, make it just reduce it, and that's it. So using vitamin C to reduce chlorine in the water, including chloramine, is an industrial procedure. Very effective. That's what I used to. Yeah.
Tom,
vitamin C.
I wouldn't recommend using ozone. Just stick to, if you want clear water, just stick to activated carbon.
I'm fine with my tank.
I think it's more of a big tank or like industrial solution.
Yes.
Ozone.
100%.
It's not really. I don't think it's something you want to use in your living room.
I'm not about this one. I'm on about the 9-foot one down.
I wouldn't use it if I was a hobbyist. I mean, especially with the fact that people only have like 20 to 30 to 50 gallon tanks nowadays. Ozone's not an option for you. Just run carbon. Just run carbon. You got a big monster setup like we do. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot more forgiving at that point when you're talking about.
Or the do-it-yourself course, no.
It's more of a specific tool for the job when you're looking for, like I said, when I asked the question of, my interest would be like, let's say my grow out system, I got SPS, LPS all mixed into it. If I'm looking for the best, the best success with those, am I implementing ozone as an option to be able to give myself that success? Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with it. I would just run carbon and UV sterilizer, and my water would be, my water's fine. So
I would definitely then look into the UV filtration to disinfect your sterilize the water, basically. Oh,
well,
that's fine.
People don't
Always
realize
have this on hand.
People don't realize this either, but you know, a good high quality UV sterilizer creates ozone in your system already for you.
Oh yes, it does, but in a small amount though.
Very small.
Very small amount. Very small amount. But
Yeah.
it definitely, you know, will produce some ozone to help.
Yeah.
You know, it'll help. This is the biggest thing I noticed in the last 9 months? 9 months of using ozone, that my nitrate level has not become an issue at all. I dose more nitrates. Actually, I dose ammonium bicarbonate now. But I'm dosing a lot of ammonium bicarbonate since I've been using ozone, because I can't keep my nitrates above like 0. I want them at like 9, 10. And I had to start using ammonium bicarbonate on a lot larger scale than what I used to get my nitrate levels to be up. And I don't like dosing nitrates because, you know, ammonia is a lot easier for your zooxanthellae to utilize than what nitrates is. Yeah. So, you know, ammonia is, you know, we dose 0.1 ppm of ammonia daily to keep our nitrates around 10 to 15 in most of our systems.
Have you tried urea? Because I'm doing a mixture.
I'm the king of urea, bro. I'm the one that tells people
every morning you just weed the tank.
That's where he keeps going, Corey. That's where he's
going. Okay, I see it. That's where he's refilling his top off. Okay.
I just don't know the concentration, so I would rather just use what I know is right.
Okay.
When I cycle the system, I tell every male and female in my place to urinate into the freaking system while I'm cycling it. You know, and
no kidding.
Yes, you never heard me say that before, dude.
No, I didn't. I heard only the people overseas on the clam farm doing that. You did.
God, back in 2019 when I set up Grow Out 3, it was set up, and I told all my guys when I'd see them run around to the side of the building to go to the bathroom, I'd yell at them, "What are you doing? Get in here!" Seriously, it was because I wanted the ammonia to build up, and I built the ammonia level with urea up until 4 parts per million. Then I added ammonium chloride to get another 4 parts per million, and then I added the bacteria and within 4 or 5 days it was at 0, and boom, we had a cycled system. Corey, I like you, bro.
But urea is quite expensive, right?
People don't like to hear that.
No, it's quite cheap. It's not. It's.
Oh, really?
I mix. I mix. It's about. I think it's like, what was it? 20 grams of bicarbonate per liter, and I think it's like 5 grams of urea. I went a bit down. I think like 2.5 grams of urea and 20 grams. Huh?
You buy it?
What?
You buy it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't drink a lot. I live off Monster energy drinks. There's not a lot coming out. It's just. I tried handing pineapple juice to my coworkers, but it didn't work.
I would just buy a can.
With the prescription drugs that people are taking that I've told they put urea in their tank are actually adding to their system. I'm wondering how many fish are walking around going, because they had Adderall in their piss or something.
Wow. Can I just go back to Paul Hughes's question?
Yes.
So you had 3 questions. We did the first one about an hour ago. See if we can get on to the second one.
Now, that could be, I suppose, just to give you some pointers, we see so much widely accepted, but you think he's actively harming corals or the hobby long term? That's the first question.
Right, here we go.
Question 2. Which corals are we still selling mainly because they're profitable, not because they're ethical or sustainable? Now, that you might gear that question towards perhaps some of those LPS corals, those acanthos maybe, I'm still, that sort of thing. But I'll let you make your mind up again. So which corals are we still selling? Mainly because they're profitable, not because they're ethical or sustainable. Sort of a real industry self-check on that one. Finally, how do we feel? This is sort of geared. I know me and Corey have spent a lot of time discussing this. I know Chris, me and you have spoken a lot about this as well. And I think this is a really serious question. How do we feel about our trade long term when we see people floundering the rules, whether that's internationally smuggled aquacultured frags? I mean, you could argue and say there's not really a lot of harm in that. It's just really more of a paperwork issue, I would suggest. But how do we feel about this when we're starting to talk about those species like acanthos or trackies and things? We're all aware. We know there is permit washing going on around the world. It's not something I'm very pleased about. I feel extremely passionate about it, and my main reason for feeling extremely passionate about it is because I want to make sure that when I'm dead and gone, there's still an industry, and we don't leave it open to animal protesters and people, animal rights activists and things like that. So how do we all feel about the, how can I put it, the animals that perhaps we shouldn't see but still see? Very, very in-depth question with that. But I really worry about our trade. But that's why I thought today I would come up with 3 real tough questions for you all. I'll leave you to debate amongst yourselves. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too, Paul. You and Ange and everybody else at AAC. Thanks ever so much for your support. So, gentlemen, anybody want to kick off that one? I think we kind of covered question 2 a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
I think you guys covered it earlier with the moving towards spawning, moving towards captive bred spawning, moving towards more aquaculture. I think a lot of those things are gonna have a positive impact long term. And again, it's picking up speed, it's picking up steam as as these things are progressing. It's slow at first, and then hey man, what are we gonna see in the next 5 years, 10 years? And especially if we're going at this pace, I think it's only gonna get exponentially faster and better for what we got long term.
Yeah.
Okay. So on to question 3 then, in terms of the corruption, as Paul was kind of sort of. Anybody want to comment? Because I have obviously.
I'm a big advocate for not buying the shit that I know is illegal. I mean, okay, I'm gonna be straight up. When I first started in this industry as a commercial importer farmer 18 years ago, I didn't know what I was doing. I just got my permits, I got my corals, I got everything I needed. When I got offered stuff and I had permits that were legit, so I thought, I bought it. I bought dendrophilias, fathead dendros. I used to buy them by the hundreds out of Hong Kong. That shit, when I found out that it was not even legal, that it was illegal, I stopped. The rainbow chalices out of the Philippines, everybody loves these beautiful rainbow chalices. They come in huge amounts. They're $700 to $1,000, $1,500 for a colony. I can buy them by the hundreds if I want them, but it's not ethical. It's illegal. If it is poached from an area, but then brought to an area that allows you to use a re-export permit from, say, Tonga, where the coral doesn't even reside, like Acanthophilia doesn't come from Tonga, but you can get corals with a re-export permit from Tonga. There's some illegal shit going on. There is a lot of that going on, unfortunately. I don't play that game. There's no reason to play that game. It's Russian roulette when you break it all down. I mean, what am I going to do? Import something that is with a so-called legal permit that comes out of Hong Kong, that's a re-export permit from Tonga, that is illegally smuggled Philippines and Malaysian corals? No, I'm not going to touch that shit with a 10-foot pole. Do people in this country do it? All the time. Are they going to be in trouble? I hope so. I hope that they get busted one day. I hope the guy that originally is doing it in Hong Kong gets busted someday. And there's not just one, there's dozens of people doing it. It is a The wildlife smuggling is, what did they say? It was like 10 years ago. It was like a $40 billion industry, smuggling illegal wildlife. When I learned all about this industry and what was right and what was wrong, I was like, wow. Indonesian corals are legal. Australian corals are legal. You want to talk about Malaysian corals? Okay, show me the permit that says Malaysia. Okay, don't show me a permit that says Tonga re-exported out of Hong Kong. And I don't know of anybody that can show me a legal Malaysian CITES permit here in the United States. If you can, good on you, because I got offered the Malaysian CITES, and all of the desirable corals, the Ophelias, the Acros, the Blastos, the Acanthos, the stuff that's super desirable was all eliminated from the permit because the permit was so damn small that the guy that owned the permit wanted to send them to his country where he lived. I'm like, well, I don't want your leftover garbage. So if somebody else is bringing in Malaysian corals, show me your Euphilia glabrescens legal permits. Show me your Acanthophilia permits. And I'm calling it straight out. There is very few possibilities that somebody has a legal Malaysian torch coral in their possession. Very few. And I guarantee you that. Very few that have a legal Malaysian Acropora. You want a Yuma? Thousands of them, because who wants Sclerotinia permits from the country of origin? Not that many people. I do. I love soft corals. I get offered 350 soft coral permits. I buy every single one of them when I get them from Indonesia. I take every other permit that they offer me as well, whether it's desirable or not. Heliopora coralis, Blue Ridge coral, if they give me a permit, you better send it to me because I want it. It's not desirable in the industry, but I love the coral. It's a soft coral.
We have so much in Germany of that coral. People are throwing in a trash can because we have so much of it.
Is yours blue in the center? Or is it white?
Yeah, when you cut it open, it's dark blue.
Okay, good, because that means you got your minor and traces balanced in your system, because a lot of people grow it. Like I got all mine originally came from SeaWorld, and it was white when I broke it. I'm like, what the hell is wrong? This isn't Blue Ridge. It is Blue Ridge coral, but what's going on? And then I learned it's the minor and trace elements that are deficient from the salt that they're using, and they don't add it. Iron, copper, cobalt, manganese, all cause that blue skeleton to form. Give me some legal stuff. I'll take it all day long. Dendrophilias, the fatheads, if you buy them, they're illegal. There's no legal CITES permit anywhere in the world for that coral. Guarantee you. But because torches are coming from Indonesia, they're coming from Australia. Acanthophilias come from Indonesia. They come from Australia. It gets, a blind eye gets turned to it all. And it really makes me sad, because the industry is going to be completely shut down if they realize, we can't tell the difference. Well, we won't allow anything to come into the country because we don't know if it's legal or illegal from where it is. And that's the problem with all these people that are broadcasted around the internet. And this is the biggest problem. All it takes is U.S. Fish and Wildlife or European Fish and Wildlife to start looking at all this shit, saying, okay, this guy's got Malaysian coral, he's got Philippines coral, he's got Philippines this, Malaysian this, he's got Vietnam this. Sorry, people, but that shit's illegal. It's 100% illegal. I want nothing to do with it. I want my industry to be here for the long term. I don't want it to go away. Did I get caught up at one point? And when I realized, holy shit, you dumbass. Yeah. It's been 15 years since because I learned really quick once I understood it. I did my research. This shit is illegal from anywhere except for Indonesia, Australia, and if you have a legal permit from Malaysia that says Malaysia on it and not re-export from Tonga. That's what you got to look for. I wish you were Fish and Wildlife to listen to this and actually look at that shit.
I think there's a huge lack of, understanding, like on the hobbyist end or like on a vendor side or anything. Like you're obviously, a lot of us are in here in the position where you can actually, get that knowledge, look at it. You're actively working to try and bring the stuff in.
People listen to me.
But that's the thing.
But you can't expect the end consumer his hobby to be an expert in geopolitical whitewashing of Titus papers. We as an industry have to be much more self-regulating. That's what I said.
I agree.
I mean, me as a retailer, it's almost forcing me by now to do it as well, because I'm losing so many customers to all these little fucking stores that are doing it, and then making fun of them, because I did a video online, printed out the list of all illegal corals, explained to them, hey, these corals are illegal with paperwork. And then I was being joked about in the comments by other vendors. Well, you're just too stupid to do it. I was like, what are we doing here right now? Like, I'm almost forced to do it. And of course, you can't expect it from a customer. He sees a really nice coral and wants to buy it. It's for sale. I'll just buy it.
I was this close to getting Malaysian corals from Hong Kong. Mm-hmm. I was this close, and then I just said no. Yeah. I am not going to be a part of the problem. I'm going to be a part of the solution. So I'm on here telling people, when you see Malaysian corals, Philippine corals, Vietnam corals, and you're going to buy them, you're supporting illegal wildlife trade. And if I think support illegal wildlife trade, and our industry gets shut down, you don't care.
But do you not think reputation has a part to play, though, as well? Do you not think reputation has a part to play a little bit, especially with your name, your business? Yeah.
That's the problem with nowadays. You know, everything is, satisfy me now. You know, and Indonesia is not as exciting as it used to be because you have illegal corals coming from other regions, and everybody's all excited about this illegal shit, but nobody preaches the illegal aspects of it, but me and a few other people in the industry. And then people, like happened to you, Corey, they demonize you. They call you, oh, well, I'll just get it from this guy. Just keep supporting it, everybody.
Isn't that with everything, though, Chris?
And we won't have an industry.
Everything's about that, though. And I think it becomes a cultural change that, you got to keep speaking truth to power. And then eventually you do get people that jump on board with you. They start listening to you. And it's a slow influence, but again, it does pick up speed over time, and I feel like it has to happen with us because if nobody else is saying it. Nobody says it.
When they're branded as illegal, though, it seems to build more of a hype.
It does,
The black market always does with anything.
Yeah.
Terill, I agree with you 100%. I can speak the truth, 100% the truth about all this shit. There's all these partial truths that are out there. And that's the problem with society in today's world, is partial truths are true and the truth is false. Okay? And we owe that to, I'm not going to go there, but you know what we all owe it to. And the problem with that is when I do things the right way, I get penalized by my clients because I don't have it available, because everybody wants it. And then my business suffers because I don't do illegal activities, and then these other smugglers and people that do the illegal activities, but I imported it under a legal CITES permit. Like, go fuck yourself. I'm sorry, but that is still illegal. It doesn't matter. If it was poached from an area, being naive to the law doesn't make you exempt from the law, right? But nowadays it does. And that's the sad part of what's going on around the world, is the truth doesn't rule, the partial truth rules. And until that goes away, we will always see this shit happening. And it's really, really frustrating for me because my wife and I built an amazing company off of a fucked up idea, borrowed $10,000 from the Discover card. Okay. And I turned my passion into my livelihood. I'm blessed every day of my life to do what I love every single day. And then we got these people out there that only believe in partial truths and not the whole truth. And it fucks my industry up and my business up to the point where I debate in my own head whether I'm going to do something illegal. Yeah. And that's fucked up. I'm sorry. That's the fucked up part about what's going on around the world right now and in this industry. You all understand it. You all know it. Just if you hear somebody has Malaysia or Philippines or Vietnam corals, say, fuck you, I'm not supporting it.
Yeah, and don't piss in their tank. Shit in their tank instead. Anyway, question I wanted to ask Terill, Leo. This is probably because obviously Chris more sort of commercial wholesale. So for everybody else, what happens or how do you feel when somebody buys a coral from you, grows it out, and then resells it as your coral but cheaper?
Welcome to the
I don't
hobby.
care.
Yeah.
Okay.
Capitalism.
Feel free.
You know, I believe in capitalism. I believe capitalism is the best thing that is one of the best things in this country, and capitalism rules. And you know, if I get upset about somebody selling a coral that I farm cheaper than what I sell it for, which doesn't happen.
It's also like it's also if another person is able to grow your coral out and resell it, it also says something about the quality of your coral stock.
100%.
Fair point.
And if they want to put the money, the time, the effort into it to get it to a place that they can sell it, and then they want to go through the effort to sell it, by all means, because it
makes you feel good.
Yeah,
and then they can
Yeah, and I mean, they only
everybody's saying it was dead when it arrived. All those people.
They'll never really grow a lot out of it. I mean, they let them sell 1 or 2 frags every now and again. I mean,
exactly. Yeah,
exactly.
And they usually take that money and buy more off of me then. So
exactly. And people don't
we're traded in.
Yeah.
We actually and actually more than once I also bought corals back that I lost. I just bought frags back from customers of mine. I just paid them a fair price.
Yeah.
And I just got my own coral back. So
Yep.
And always
it happened to me all the time. So actually, my customer grow my coral, and the coral gets really big. They bring the big colony back to trade for a new frags. Yeah. Welcome to many coral come home this way. And also there is one economic factor. Yeah, come home, welcome home. So actually, just like Leonardo said, I get back many of the coral I lost this way. Yeah. And there's another thing. Actually, people overlook that. So if you really want to make money at farming coral, you better register as a business, because the deduction without those tax deduction for what you spend on these freaking things, you're probably going to lose a lot of money. Seriously. A friend of mine actually, like 15 years ago, there's a lady, she has a non-profit organization. She was growing coral, selling coral, but she, as a non-profit, she's saying she can escape the sales tax. So she make her company a non-profit. But then eventually her accountant told her, you are doing it wrong, because as a non-profit, you cannot deduct your electricity, your cost. You end up losing more money.
I also have a non-profit organization.
Well, maybe in your country.
I'm just kidding.
Well, then how do you?
Yeah, but
every one of the store owners is a non-profit organization here. I don't know anybody who got rich off of this industry.
Yeah, that's on the 3rd floor at
Leonardo's. No, it doesn't.
Completely different.
Nobody get rich off in the industry.
No, you can be smart about it. I mean, this is what I do. I run my business out of my home, and then everything that supports the business is justified as a business cost.
Yeah,
and I can write it off. So it's you can do it in a smart way, but you don't have to do it as your main gig. So any coral farmer can they can sell it for cash under the table, or make it a business entity, but just be smart on how you want to scale it, what you want it to be in your life. Do you want it just to kind of fund something on the side, or do you want to take it to a next level? Who knows?
Yeah, for sure.
Was that you, Terill, that said I don't know anybody that got rich off this industry?
No.
That was me.
Who said that? Who said that?
That was me. Yeah.
Who said that?
Corey.
Yeah, Corey. Yeah, exactly. I love when people say I make all this crazy money. Okay. I might have made a decent amount of money, but guess what? I could go in tomorrow, everything could be dead, and then I wouldn't have any of that money. We're doing livestock here. Anybody that thinks people are getting rich off of this, if they're getting rich off of it, then they're doing some shady shit, in my opinion. Because
I've been doing scamming people or ripping them off.
Exactly. Yeah. Those who do it right aren't going to get rich. It's a business of passion and love of the animals. It's not a business to get rich off of. If you think you're going to get rich off of it, don't get into it. because I've seen so many people dump a lot of money into this business and fail in a year and a half because they just can't make it work. And God, if I thought I was gonna get rich off of this, fuck.
I had another. I've got a few more questions about Corey. You're good. You look absolutely shattered. You're an hour in front.
No,
of me,
I'm fine. I'm sorry if I look tired.
You're
No,
fine.
I'm absolutely fine.
You're fine, man. You're fine. I'm just.
I gotta say,
what time is it over there?
What's the best way to become a coral billionaire? You start as a millionaire, or best way to become a coral millionaire?
You need to live in. I think you need to live in Malaysia, and your uncle needs to live in Hong Kong. From what?
Sounds like a good plan.
One of the things I wanted to ask you all today, should I say, was what's the one thing that, in your own opinion, that is the most overlooked single thing in the reefing hobby today? Just one thing that you think stands out. That's just like, yeah. Anybody want to
think for yourself?
Think for yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Figure it out yourself.
Critical thinking.
Not everybody's got the answers. Just watch, observe your corals. Your corals will tell you everything you need to know, and get the basics from people, and then watch everything and see how it does. Stop asking questions about something so how do I say it? Stop asking questions that nobody can answer but you.
Yeah.
I would say
what's wrong with my tank?
A lot of people post these photos. What's wrong with my coral?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, why are you asking me this? If you knew your water parameters before and you posted your water parameters and nothing seems to be wrong, then there's obviously an underlying issue. I can't figure it out for you. You have to do the trial and error. You have to figure that stuff out yourself. And in this hobby, if you can't critically think about possibilities, it's a money pit that'll just be a money pit.
Yep.
Some people can't, the critical thinking aspect. I think that's something absent from a lot of the world today. It's not just in this hobby, but not many people can really think in that capacity, and they can't think in abstract. They can't navigate through that thought process.
My opinion, Terill, on where this stems from, they see a fish tank either in a reef shop or on Instagram or social media, and they think that they can walk into that shop and buy that, take it home, and within 24 hours, it's going to look exactly like that. And when it doesn't, they then expect to pick up the phone. My reef tank looks like shit. What do I need to do? Oh, you need to do this or that. Okay, thanks. And then everything's back to normal, and that's it. That's reefing.
I would say the most overlooked thing today, compared to maybe some years ago, is water changes. That's mine. That's personal.
That's going to be controversial in the comments, I'm sure.
Oh, and another one. I have another one. Live rock. So that's my two.
I agree. I mean, we sell about a ton of live rock real live rock. We sell about a ton of it every month.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you.
I mean, it's very hard to get the permits, but we are one of the only companies in Germany that do, and we sell a lot of it, and we sell it all over Europe. It's crazy to think like people in Sweden are buying from us live rock. It's weird.
Right. You guys have to get a permit from your government to match their permit. See, that's
correct.
That's the difference. That's yes. I forgot about that aspect.
They can give us the permits and say, hey, we can ship you as much as we want. Then we get their permit and we apply, hey, is this okay that we can get it? And most of the time, no.
Wow.
We have to, for live rock, we had to send them pictures of the divers collecting it, where it's collected, like markers. Like, it was insane to get the permit for live rock. It's crazy.
See, that's when you have a bunch of bureaucrats running your place, and they don't understand that the amount of live rock that is actually removed from the ocean is like a pinhead in the reef.
And they have to our live rock has to be clean from macroalgae and stuff like that. They have to not really clean, but they have to at least brush it off the top layers. So it's
Private
crazy.
Message me, Corey. I got a great connection for you for some really badass rock.
It's not in Malaysia, is it, by any chance?
Malaysia.
No.
From Hong Kong?
Hell no.
No, but
actually,
we're
I
quite happy.
Go on, Dom.
I think the most overlooked thing in this hobby today is this is a hobby. Some people make it into a religion. So, and they got so defensive. I'm a shiner, a moon shiner, blah, blah, blah. And then anybody say anything, they will just,
Yeah.
oh, chill out, man. This is a freaking hobby. People keep forgetting about that. This is a freaking hobby.
Oh, we nearly got to swear.
It's one of the most difficult hobbies you can actually get into. I mean, reptiles as a hobby, it's not really that hard to keep reptiles compared to keeping a reef
Some
tank.
of them, but not all
Some
of
of
them.
them, I'm not saying all of them, but as a whole,
Yeah.
reefing
true.
is a hell of a lot harder as a hobby than most other hobbies that deal with live animals. I mean, I can't think of another hobby that deals with living animals that is more difficult than reefing as a whole.
Yeah.
If you can come up with one, let me know, because I would love to know
Well,
what it is.
like some of the freshwater aspects can get quite hard. I used to sell a lot of freshwater stuff as well. But I agree, the saltwater hobby is probably the hardest animal to keep as a home pet. Yeah.
But we also made it much harder than.
Yeah, that was about what I would have said. That people are now concentrating too much on they're reading too much stuff, getting in too many groups, talking to too many vendors instead of just doing it. I mean, we don't see it in Germany anymore, just a 60-liter small glass container with a freshwater filter in there and some live rock, or just a very basic tank. You don't see that anymore. You only have the people now that really get super invested and buy everything top of the line. You don't have a lot of these people that just do it because it's a cool pet to have.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
there is a competition, though. Sorry, Chris. I think there is a competition nowadays with how things look aesthetically in terms of equipment, like the sump, the cabinetry. You know, I've felt foul to this a little bit. You know, and you coloured pipe work, and it's like, hang on a minute. I'm not even looking at what's in the tank. Coloured pipe work and dosing pumps and
the color-coded pipes.
Yeah, all that.
A lot of ego.
I think I'm the oldest one in the group here, and
by far, Chris. By far.
All of us combined.
I want. Okay, your first reef tank. I'll go first since I'm the oldest.
Okay. Well,
my first reef tank, 20-gallon long, undergravel filter, aqua clear, hang on the back filter. One single T8 bulb.
Compact bulb.
Fluorescent bulb. Yeah. I had hammer coral, branching hammer coral that I paid $25 for, and it was like 15 or 20 polyps. I had a bubble coral that was probably 4, 5, 6 inches across. I had turbinaria, and I had a sarcophyton and a claudelia, colt coral. Simple, easy, one of the most beautiful little reef tanks I have ever taken care of. Dong, you're next.
Well, actually, my first reef tank is a 90-gallon with compact fluorescent on top, and with those Meckley jet as a power head. Yeah. And there's no sump, and then no skimmer. Nope. And then I have this ORA tricolor Acro going to the top. Because every afternoon, the sun sweeps through the tank. That's why.
Well, I wanted to do this because I just wanted to show people that really you don't need all this fancy bullshit for your aquarium. I mean, I had very successful reef aquarium for years with a 20-gallon long with an undergravel filter. I mean, do they even make the damn things anymore? I don't even think they do.
They do.
Don had a simple reef aquarium too. Yeah,
it's not really.
Undergravel filter is the best filter that I think was ever invented, and why they got rid of it is beyond my comprehension. Because of
I didn't even use the undergravel filter because I buy into the theory about the live rock just good enough. So I actually just flow, live rock, compact fluorescent light, and the sun. Every afternoon, several hours, just flip through it.
Who's next? Their first reef tank, just getting into it.
Yeah, I
What did you have?
started in the late 90s with a, I think, 150 liter tank. I don't know in gallons, it's divided by 4, I think, roughly, with 6 T8 bulbs. Quite a lot of, I just filled it up with the most T8 bulbs that would fit, with an internal skimmer with the wooden stone.
Wooden protein or wooden air stone.
Air stone skimmer, and just only
Thunder Piccolo.
The turbo floater Piccolo. Did
that not produce the nastiest skim mate you ever smelled in your life?
Yeah. Those things were good.
From that? Why did we get
because you need too many. They go bad so quickly, and you have to replace them that often.
Every 2 weeks, you had to.
Yeah, the wood stone, we have to keep changing them.
My point exactly. It's not an easy hobby. We tried to make it simple, and we made it difficult.
Yeah.
Keep going.
But still, I sometimes I think, like, am I so screwed up that I don't enjoy those very simple things anymore, or is the hobby in general not enjoying? I had those tube worms in my tank, and it was like a plague. It was all over the tank, but I loved them so much, and I sometimes I think, is it me that doesn't enjoy those very small things anymore, or is it the hobby in general that only focuses on that aesthetics and on the equipment and not really can enjoy that cabbage coral anymore and the cycrophyton toadstool anymore? Because that's something I never encounter anymore when I go online. Maybe it's still out there, but I don't know. That's something I
really love Paul's store, the store of Paul AAC, because he has so many of these old school style tanks as show tanks. It's so nice to go there.
Yeah,
nice. See, I'm glad that this is being talked about, because I think that there's so many people that have no idea what reefing used to be.
Yeah, true.
What it is today, and how it's really, honestly, I don't even know how people can have fun doing it with the money they spend in the. Do
you know what I think it is? You are judged as a reefer based on what you've got, what corals you've got in your tank.
For me, the best time for reefing.
I know that sounds crazy. But I think, he knows everything because he's got blah blah blah, which is really hard and really expensive, and rainbow this and splice that. I think there's a bit of that as well.
I think for me the best time was from around 2000 until 2010, when Reef Central was really big, and a lot of people basically united worldwide for the first time, but basically shared their own tank and kept their tank diaries, and people didn't really care about showing off yet, and it was much more in-depth, and people having in-depth discussions, and actually it was much more about the philosophies behind reef keeping and the mechanics and the theories behind it, and a lot of those experts like Sanjay also joined in and brought a lot of knowledge about lighting or chemistry. Randy Holmes Farley, for instance. I really miss that community that we had, because I don't see anything that replaced it. Now we have social media. I don't see anything that came in place of that.
I'm telling you,
now everybody's an expert. Yep. And that's
It's like YouTube. People don't want to read, Leo. People don't want to read a book, because that's too much like hard work. They just want to press a button, watch a video, and get shown how to do it. That's it. They don't want to understand why or why it happened or how to stop it from happening. They just want to know how to fix it, and then when it happens again, they'll go back on again and how do I fix it? And what did he say? What did she say?
Well, that's the reason I started my YouTube as well. I explained it in the first video I made, just because I want to bring a little bit of that back. And I do see it in the comments that people respond to me, and I really want to make videos going back and forth with people a little bit more, and try to restore a little bit of that feeling that we had with Reef Central. And I had one comment, people saying like, "Oh, are you offering all this knowledge for free?" Like you're not even charging like your YouTube Premium or charging or something. I was really like, yeah, that's how far we are already. Like if you just share your experiences, people almost expect that you charge for it.
It's exactly
like,
what
come on, guys.
I will say for our time, like I said, I talk about TikTok because that's a big selling point for us. But it does, I will say, like kind of what you're saying, the resurgence. I am seeing a little bit of resurgence of that community on there, where people can get in a box like we're doing right now, and anybody can turn their camera on, and you could have instant access to information. So we get on there, and you're talking with me, and I'm showing you tanks, and now we can actually have more in-depth conversations, and I could walk you over there and show you, hey, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm seeing a little bit of that community come back up, but it lacks what the forums lack, where it's like a permanent, you write it in a forum, and anybody can go in there a year later.
Well, the thing is with the forums as well, the majority of them are moderated. If someone's been an arsehole, they just get kicked off. Because it should be a positive place to encourage people to ask silly questions. Because if you don't ask, there's no such thing as a daft question, is there? You don't know, you ask a question. That's the only way you're gonna learn. You move on. You help somebody else when they ask you the same question 5 years later or whatever. Yeah. That is the reefing community. That's what I used to get in my LFS. You know,
in my opinion, social media has killed more animals in this hobby than I ever care to want to think about again, because we have all of these clickbait fucking so-called experts, and you know, I can't wrap my head around how somebody that's had a tank for a year can think that they're some sort of expert on it, when I will never call myself an expert on what I do, because I'm always learning. Do I do things the same way I did 10 years ago? Hell no. 5 years ago? Hell no. You know, do I do a kalkwasser? Hell yeah. Do I do it the same way I did 5 years ago? Similar. But things change. And that's what's the problem with this industry, is everybody wants that simple, quick, easy clickbait fix. And you're not going to get it when you're dealing with something that's got 4.5 billion years to evolve.
Do you know,
I'm sorry.
Do you know what me and Drippy took away? What me and Drippy took away from me and Drippy Ryland took away from America more than anything was the biggest sort of impression, or whatever you want to call it, when we got home, was marketing. It's all about how it's marketed over there in the States. It's all about marketing
rules.
Marketing just completely just dictates everything: what you eat, what you drive, what you wear, where you go, all that sort of stuff. And obviously I'm aware of it in the UK, but like America was like a new level, you know. And
it's so sad that you can't, you know, marketing will drown facts so quickly that people will believe the marketing over believing the facts. And that's what really is, I mean, that's another huge issue with the industry here in the US, is people believe everything they hear, but they don't research anything themselves to see whether it's true or not. You know, I mean, I try to tell people my experiences through my experience in reefing. And you can call me somebody, whatever the hell you want to call me, but I'm not going to back down from what I know from my experience. And if you want to listen to Joe Blow that's got a tank for a year and say that Meckley's wrong and contradicts you, go listen to Joe Blow and go waste your money on whatever. You might as well be doing Blow, because you're not going to be getting anything out of it.
My old LFS once, and I'm going back a few years ago, the guy that used to run the coral section, it wasn't the biggest section. He once tested how gullible people were with marketing in the UK, and he glued an orange Cheeto to a frag plug. And he put it on the Facebook page, and within about an hour, it got 5 people wanting to know how much it was, thinking it was a smooth skin acro, a Cheeto. I swear down, I shit you not. True story. Yeah.
Now you make me want to do an experiment. Like, I want to take a 10-gallon tank. I want to put some Cheetos in it. I want to put some other shit on a frag plug, and I want to put a price tag on it and call it some willy-nilly stupid name and see how many dumbasses will buy it.
Just call it a flaming Cheeto, man.
That's it.
Well, but Tom, I have to give it to you and the other guys from the Reefers Network. I think it's a great initiative, and I think
thanks, man.
It's great to have so many people from all around the world together in one place. And
that's it. This is what it's about. It's literally stemmed from I couldn't go to my LFS anymore because it shut down, and I used to spend all weekend there chatting to reefers, and I used to leave there feeling better. I used to go there feeling a little bit more, you know, I'd spent lots of money, but you know, also I felt better mentally because you learn so much, and you can help people, and you don't realize how much other people need that until you talk to other people that aren't able to have what you had or have never experienced it.
Yeah,
and you know, just because shops are closing down or have closed down because of the cost of electricity prices here in the UK doesn't mean the community ends. It doesn't. It should grow, you know. And this is just another platform. So that's all it stemmed from.
I gotta say,
thank you very much. Kind words, man.
I found a ton of.
I have to ask you, how long have you been doing this show?
Just over a year now, I think. Year and a half.
Yeah,
Ryland only asked me just over a year ago to come on for the first time.
Yeah, a year and a half, 18 months. 18 months we've been doing it.
I was
in the beginnings of this. 18 months, and we've just said to people like you, because the thing is that you take the sprinkles away in the Disneyland of American reefers and Leo and Dong and Corey, and you know, and you are just normal guys that are passionate about this hobby, that keep animals, that have learned and made mistakes, if you don't mind me saying, have learned from those mistakes and are happy to talk about those mistakes and share them. And that is what the network was all about. And it's saying, yeah, we're a tiny little island, the UK, but if we can get Chris on and Corey on, Terill, Leo, Dong on to share a little bit of that once a week, then the hobby's better, in it. The community is stronger. That's all it is.
You know, it's so funny because it was just like, I think it was November last year. Ryland just out of the blue sends me a message.
Yeah.
And, you know, I respond to anybody that messages me. You know, I'm very, very open to talk to people, to help people. And I swear, Ryland about shit himself when I responded to him. Like, why would you be like that?
I know. He rang me.
I'm just a dude. I
think he rang me 5 times until I answered the phone to tell me. You are never, I'm not going to do a Cockney accent because I can't do one. You are never going to believe who I've just been on the phone to. And I think I must have guessed like 10 people. No. I give up. And it was like, I've just spoken to Mr. Chris Meckley. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. He was like, no,
it's hilarious. I'm just a guy, you know what I mean? I'm just a fucking guy that loves what I do. And he was like all freaking out over it. I'm like, dude, you gotta chill out, man. I'm like, get Tom on the phone. And then when Tom came on the phone, I think he was half silent because I was on the other line. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, but you know when you're like on the phone to somebody, you really don't want to say the wrong thing. That was that moment.
Say whatever the fuck you want. I'm just a dude. I don't give a shit.
I've got a couple more questions for you. I'm conscious of time, and my camera battery's on 20%, so I do apologise. Right, one of the questions I wanted to ask you all: if you had the chance to restart your farms, let's just say next week, what would you change and do differently, and why? So, if you're going to redo ACI, White Corals, TANG, Leonardo's, and Acro Gardens, what would you do differently? I'll let you have a minute to absorb that question, unless anybody wants to go straight away.
I because I'm expanding now, I thought about it, you know, because I'm implementing some stuff I wanted to do, you know, I would have done earlier, but I'm using a lot of mechanical filtration now in the whole farm that I never did before. I just purely relied on skimmers, but I now implemented the filter rolls in all of the systems. And it really saves a lot of time sucking away detritus, etc. And I use it on a bypass, so I can still control the amount of water that goes through. So I definitely use it when after I clean the tanks or clean the windows, I will just run it through the filter a couple of hours, and it just saves so much time removing detritus manually. So that's something I would definitely would have done if I knew it back in the day. Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
That's it. Okay. I think the rest I would have done the same.
Okay. Anyone else?
Would have so our tanks are 35 centimeters tall. I think that's what, like 1 foot, something like that, and that's too shallow for my opinion. I would have probably gone another 10 centimeters just to get a little bit more flow over the corals and underneath the boards. That's one thing that I don't like. Same with Leo. We just implemented roller filters. I would have loved to have the sump designed for it, like we have in our fish systems. We have these big filter rollers from the company Genesis that used to make them for ponds, and they're completely mechanical. There's no float switches, no pumps or whatsoever that can break. I would have loved to have that implemented. Probably, what else? I think that's pretty much it. And they're 32 feet long. I probably would have cut them in half and have more systems, because getting flow over 30 feet is quite hard.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Interesting.
I think
Chris?
I would have put all of the sumps deep into the ground. Like, that's a huge thing for me. I would have had sumps that were in the ground. All the plumbing would be underground, and I would have more closed loops, not just one, but multiple closed loops. I probably would use more metal halides as well. And I would eliminate the LEDs completely, because I have had
Corey's face.
nothing but issues with the systems that have LEDs, and my metal halide T5 systems are the easiest systems I deal with.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
Terill, Dom, anything for you guys?
First thing I will do is that I will just make all the tank into a 80 gallon frag tank, like a 4 feet times 2 feet times 16 inch. That's my favorite thing, and I'm going to, because for a bigger system, always a problem. I like to be able to isolate each individual system. It's small enough I can isolate it from the system and do whatever I want with them, and then I turn it, link it back into the system. That's one thing. Second thing, I will never use calcium reactor, but that will be an hours-long discussion. Yeah, I will never, ever use a calcium reactor. That is right now, all my calcium reactor is all offline, all shut down. Yeah, two-part dosing. Yeah, and with cold water. 2 plus cold water.
Easiest way.
No, calcium reactor is not the easiest way. And actually, I also found scientific literature that published last month indicating why you shouldn't run a calcium reactor if you're running a.
I don't want to hear any scientific literature. I got the proof in my systems for the last 10 years. So,
yeah, but your main driving force is a cold water, though. Your calcium reactor is supplementary.
It's complementary, pretty much. Calcium, it's complementary.
Complementary. Yeah,
and then it's
exactly. It's a different thing.
Okay. All right. Let's put a lid on. Let's put a lid on that for next time. Terill, anything you change?
I mean, so we're actually looking at hopefully expanding this year. We're going to try to do an addition to the house, and we're looking at building onto the house for an additional 1,000 to 1,500 square feet. So I'm going to turn that into kind of essentially a facility, since the rest of the house essentially is. Yeah. I guess that question. I'll hit you up because I've been wanting to pick targets on farms and everything, because for us right now it's been I've started from just one 125 gallon tank, and it's just next tank, and then everything's kind of come to fruition over time. So everything up to now has been the logical next step of finding used tanks, used equipment, functioning within my budget, finding my own collection to get to where I am. But if I had access and money and all that good stuff to really start from scratch, then I have ideas of what I'm going to do for the farm, but it's going to be simplifying, like you said, just things to help out closed loop systems, big sumps, oversized sumps, just ways to, really make it an easier job for myself to maintain the health of what I see as the systems grow and grow, and I add more and more. I'm like, well, I need this. Well, now I need this. Well, now I need this. Now I can understand the justification of what to get moving forward.
I can help you simplify. Because that's what we did at ACI is simplify.
Let's talk.
It is a beautiful thing when you learn how to simplify and not have to worry about employees taking care of shit that nobody should be taking care of but you.
Yeah. And that's the final place where I look at, because this is in my house. There's very few people that I want coming into here, and I want to make it manageable to the point where I don't got to have a major staff. I can run as lean as I possibly can, while still maintaining what I can, and then again, I always looked at this, I'm trying to get my daughter on board to work with us and stuff like that. And I look at it as, I don't want to pay, $12 an hour to somebody. I'd rather pay somebody good money to learn a skilled job that I can trust, for a long time.
Do you know what? It's a really good point you're saying that, because that's been one of my frustrations for a number of years in the UK. And I've got my own business, so I completely am aware of, overheads and staff and costs and running costs and all that. But in this hobby, we tend to find in the UK, because it's so niche, the pay is dictated to by so many other things to what the business can afford to pay the staff, but yet the expectation and the responsibility almost is huge. And I mean, not to go on a side note, Terrell's kind of touched on it. How do you guys go around, recruiting? I mean, Dong obviously chooses the animals, the cat, the go down the cat route. Leo obviously said earlier in the green room, you get people that are close by, because obviously that makes sense if anything went wrong. But in terms of knowledge and experience, it is obviously country is slightly different. But in the UK, it's a very niche hobby. So how does like white corals, Leo, how do you go around getting other people to get involved? And what's the interview? How's the interview look? What's the process?
I actually got one of my friends who also was a reef keeper, and he actually was able to work at the farm a couple of days a week. So I was very lucky that I had someone that was already close to me. I knew him. I knew what kind of person he was. I can trust him in many ways. You also have all of your stuff there and etc. And I can also trust him when it comes to reef keeping. So for me, that was very easy. And I just have one employee basically, and the rest I still do 90% myself, unfortunately. But I do want to change that. But it's really difficult to how do you approach finding other staff? That's definitely true. So I'm curious what the rest will say.
Help.
Well, who's going to start? You start.
Said help.
Chris had the best labor for 3 days back in May.
You know what? It was great having Drippy and Tom here, because everything I told them to do or asked them to do, they did it, and they did it well.
Apart from leaving the water on.
Corals.
Apart from leaving the water, I left the water on, did I? Was that not what I did? I can't remember. I left the arrow on. I can't remember.
I forget what you did, but you got fired twice. So, yeah, good luck. I mean, people think you make all this money because you have a farm. We spend a lot of money. We spend a shitload of money. And to get a hobbyist to come in here that's an expert already to come in and try and do work, and then wants $30 an hour to work for you, it's like, go away. It's so difficult to find people. I've got a great staff right now. And I really wish I could find one, maybe two more good, people that are open-minded, people that want to listen, people that want to learn, and not somebody that's already an expert. It's more difficult to find staff for me. And I'm sure a big part of it is me, because I expect everybody to be me. And it's not a very realistic expectation out of anybody. I mean, I am a geek. I'm a passionate person. I love the animals, and somebody can walk in here with an interview and tell me how much they love what they're doing. They love the hobby. They love the industry. They don't give a shit. They want a fucking paycheck. That's all they want. And they want to do something that they love. And I have given up on hiring new staff.
But you've got a great team, though, haven't you? Because what I witnessed when we witnessed that when we were there, they didn't need to be told what to do necessarily; they just got on with it, which I think is.
Tom, I have a great team, but that great team is still a very small team.
Oh yeah, of course it is.
That means I have to do a shitload. I do so much. I mean, as an owner of 18 years in a company, I should be able to kind of sit back, and enjoy things a little bit more. But I am so particular about how things are done that as soon as somebody that I think is being good that I have hired is working for me, I find out that they're doing everything that I told them not to do, and I have to fire them. And it's like, okay, I'm done wasting my time. Seriously, it's like, fuck you. You can't do what I ask you to do. You want to do things your way. This isn't your house. You didn't put your money up to make it. You should be privileged. It's privileged for you to have a job with me, but you think it's a privilege for me to hire you. Get out of my face. I don't want to deal with people like that anymore. I'm so tired of the industry and people being an expert and not knowing a damn thing. And then I'm tired of the young people not having any work ethic. I'm sure I'll find somebody someday, but
I've just figured out. Thanks, Chris.
No, you can't move here and work.
Well,
you'd hate me.
Yeah. I've just figured out. It's just literally like a light that's just gone off in my head, Corey. I know the first question that you will ask at a White Corals interview. What? LED or metal halide?
Yeah. Hey, I don't dislike. Look how pale I'm now. When I used to run halides, I was nice, chocolate colored, really nice brown tan going on. It was different Corey back then. Look at me now, pale as hell from these LEDs.
Brilliant. How many staff have you guys got at White Corals? Could you just
for me it's a bit different. See, you guys are all like basically CEOs. It's your companies. I'm an employee. I think I earn quite well for the industry, and what I try to tell my bosses on a regular basis is, if you pay in bananas, you shouldn't be surprised if you only have monkeys working for you. So it's it's true.
It's true, man.
Yeah.
You get reflected what you pay for, and like you said, nowadays it's even much harder to get good employees because young people. I hate to be the old person now in my mid-30s, but now young people don't like to work. I mean, it's crazy, if you don't offer good incentives, you won't get good people. I really don't mind getting good people that are not good in this industry. I can teach you everything you need to know, but you need to want to work. So for us, we have so many mothers that their kids go to work and go to school and they come to work. They're really passionate about what they do. Are they an expert in every single acropora? No, but I tell them something, they do it. And that's the people I try to get. I don't try to get marine biologists or biologists. And then we tried that multiple times. Some of them are really good. I'm not going to shit on them, but a lot of them, they want a lot of money and don't have anything to back up. So I want people that want to work, and they should be reflected with their pay. That's how we try to find people.
Corey, I got excited about a guy that was called me out of the blue. Wanted a job. He was graduating from as a marine biologist, and I was like, "Oh, cool! I'm super excited for the He's like, and he's like, I've been following you forever. He's like, you kind of been, taught me everything I know about reefing, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I'd love to come down and do an interview. Okay. I said, first of all, when do you graduate? It's like 3 months from when he called me. And he goes, well, he's like, before we go anywhere and before I come down and be an interview, he's like, I need at least $60,000 a year to start. And I'm like, just go tell your professor he did you wrong. He didn't tell you the way of life, and he gave you expectations that was not reality in life. Because you think I'm going to give you $60,000 a year with no experience and a piece of paper as your degree, with no experience on how to keep reefing? No, goodbye. that's the kind of stuff we get on a regular basis when we would be looking for somebody. We get people that demand high money with no experience. And then if I have to take all my time to train them to do this job, I'm missing out on everything that I did and, that I have to do on my daily thing. I'm behind. And then it doesn't work out because the dude doesn't want to listen anyhow. So see ya. I've learned to be an asshole when it comes to that, but I don't want to be. Like, I really want to see the best in people. But I think that the problem today is these universities give high expectations from these students, and it's not reality. I mean, it really isn't reality. I mean, if your college professor is a coral, teaching you about coral, and he's a biologist on coral, but he doesn't even keep coral, and he thinks he knows more about coral than I do, then your college professor did you a complete injustice. Because experience is everything, in my opinion, and a piece of paper is nothing, in my opinion. I don't care how much you spent for your college degree, you know nothing. And if I have to teach you this as well, on top of paying you a top salary, I think I should pay you a fair salary. And if you prove to me that you're worth the top salary, I'll give it to you. But if you're not willing to go through that process, then go find somebody else that's willing to get this sticking up their rear end. And get their money taken out of their pocket. I'm tired of that kind of mentality in society today. It really is sad that people think that they're worth more than what they are with no experience.
Definitely.
That's the U.S. I hope it's better for you over in the U.K. or in the.
Well,
No. Wait, for the U.K., it's extremely bad. I saw like a job posting for the industry, and they were offering 35,000, which is UK standard, I think. It's the benefits were like they wrote 2 times that they have customer employee parking, and then they wrote 2 times in different ways that you can get employee discounts. And like, where are the benefits? What are we talking here? It's like, if you want to attract people, add some benefits, and we're not talking about a bowl of fruits on the table every now and again. Please give them some benefits.
The word you're this guy, he offered me free parking.
It's like, what? I'm an employee. What do you mean? Do I have to pay for the parking in other places?
Corey, that is the number one problem in the UK. Is the B word. You've just said it. Benefits. Unfortunately, people are rewarded for not going to work in this country. And I'm not going to say any more.
As you know, we have a very similar issue over here.
Well,
yes,
I've been 20 years in recruitment, and I said this in the green room before we went live. Out of every 10 people we send out to work a week now is our business, only 3 will make it.
But you can't fault the people, though. I mean, if I would be in the situation, I would do the same thing. We have let me tell you this. Let me tell you this story. Wait.
You work for a living.
Yes. But that's a personal decision from us. It's not like I know people. Like we have an apartment in our building. We own the building and we have an apartment. For a short period of time, we had Ukrainian refugees moved in. They were from the town, moved in. We were looking for a cleaning lady, part-time. So we offered one of the tenants the job for part-time. She asked us how much she would get. We told her, and then she looked at us. Why would I work for you, spend 25 hours a week and have less money than I have now for not spending a minute working for you? And I was like, yeah, she got a point. Yeah. She has a point.
Yeah.
Well, they're
I wouldn't do it either. If I wouldn't do it either. Yeah.
Right, I want to ask a reefing question before we really get his politics hat on. And I'm really running out. I'm running out of battery. Right. Well, what parameter do you guys check the most, and why?
That's easy.
Yeah, I think everybody says the same, or the same too, probably.
Well, I'm sure you're going to say salinity. Oh, you're going to go alkalinity and phosphate. Okay. Alkalinity and phosphate.
Alkalinity and salinity.
Yeah, alkalinity, salinity, that's it.
I guess that's silly one.
Whoa. Right, let's rewind. So, sorry, Terill, you went first.
Okay.
What did you say?
I said alkalinity phosphates, but...
Okay. There's no. It's what you guys do.
Phosphates more than anything.
Chris.
It's always phosphates more than anything. Alkalinity I don't really care a whole lot about because I keep my pH stabilized around 8.3. And if you keep your pH stabilized and your alkalinity is fluctuating, it really doesn't matter. But if you keep your alkalinity stabilized and your pH is fluctuating, it really doesn't matter. So it's one of the two. And I choose pH because it's a hell of a lot cheaper than chasing your alkalinity with your 2-part solution, dong.
Hey, I love my 2-part. Don't be shitting on my 2-part.
I can't wrap my head around a 2-part solution. I know I started off with Kalkwasser. I went to 2-part. I went back to calcium reactor and went back to Kalkwasser. And I've been doing Kalkwasser for a long time because on 18,000 gallons, chase your alkalinity with a 2-part solution and tell me how much money it cost you. Because I guarantee you, it's a money.
We're doing that. Yeah.
You're doing it?
Yeah, we have about we have probably maybe 10,000 gallons, something like that, and we're doing 2-part.
Kalkwasser.
No, try that.
Anyway, back to the question. So Christiotane phosphate, yeah. Terill, which one out of the two? Because you gave me 2 then. Which one?
I mean, usually, I mean, they both. I'm the same way with Chris. They both go hand in hand. If one,
so you're going phosphate.
Yeah, sure.
So phosphate for you too.
But do you guys have so much problems up and down with phosphate?
No, I just find when it bounces, I get issues.
Phosphate is the one that I check least. I check the salinity.
I wouldn't say
the number
least,
one,
but
the salinity.
I don't tend to have problems with it.
I find that it slips
most because I either have phosphates at almost where I want them to be, or I'm bottomed out, and I never.
Well, that's your Kalkwasser right there.
Well,
change it to 2-part, then you don't have phosphate problems.
Okay,
figuring it out. See, we done. Done. Solutions right here.
This question was not designed to create this.
No. But jokes aside, I think phosphate is important. I just have one tank right now that's running low, the SPS tank, so I'm trying different ways to get it back up. But usually it's alkalinity for sure. Yeah.
I think Chris, were you checking? Did you say prostate or phosphate? You were asking.
Oh, well, I mean, I am 50, so I should probably go have my prostate checked.
Oh no, we're all getting into that age where we have to get it checked, right? Oh no.
I just dread the way they have to check the damn thing, so I haven't done it. So
tell them to buy you dinner first. That's all.
No, my back says exit only.
Then he will be expanding. Anyway, moving on. Who was next? Sorry, was it Leo? Leo, what were you saying? Salinity.
No, alkalinity, because I see any drop in alkalinity or rise in alkalinity is a direct feedback that something's going on with the corals. If growth really slows down, their alkalinity will rise overnight. So that's why we manually test alkalinity every day on the same moment. So we get some direct feedback about the coral growth, if it's as expected. And if, let's say, alkalinity is 0.5 point higher all of a sudden, then we know something's going on. So alkalinity is the most important for us because it's the most direct feedback about coral growth. So that's my perspective.
I agree with you on that. But if your pH doesn't fluctuate from like 8.25 and doesn't go below that, and your alkalinity fluctuates from like 6.5 to 8.5, in a matter of 2 or 3 days, but your corals looks absolutely fine. They're still uptaking everything and they're still growing perfectly fine. I learned that over the last 6 years. And, I learned that pH dictates everything in your entire system. If your pH
pH is, of course it fluctuates over the day, but basically on a daily basis, it's always the same from time frame to time frame. Let's say 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. pH is roughly the same because I do monitor pH.
My pH doesn't go. My pH is anywhere from 8.28 to 8.41.
Yeah, we also do Kalkwasser next to the 2-part. So we do both.
Do you guys find pH fluctuations when your atmosphere changes? You know, you got storms coming through.
Yeah,
sure.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning earlier, you know, when I mentioned about the ozone, you know, producing a lot more ozone in through the ozone generator because it got super cold here. We were like 32 degrees a couple nights ago. And that's when my ORP spiked.
Dude, super cold. Oh my God.
Yeah, you know, John, it's not cold for you or any of you guys over there. I mean, it's pretty damn cold for us down here. But that means that the air is very dry and cold. I dose a hell of a lot more kalkwasser because my pH suppresses. Don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me. But it literally, because I have my kalkwasser on a pH dosing schedule, where if my pH goes below 8.29, it doses kalkwasser. So when it gets super cold out, I dose around in most of the systems around 15 gallons of kalkwasser every single night. That keeps my alkalinity right where it needs to be, and keeps my pH right where it needs to be. It's been, you know, and probably has a good bit of help with reducing phosphates as well. But ever since I've been doing that, it's been since 2020. I couldn't be happier with, you know, the results and the amount of money that we saved in that 5-year period of time. Could buy somebody a house. I mean, you break it down, it could buy somebody a house with the money we saved by dosing kalkwasser versus doing a 2-part solution. And I was using a calcium reactor before I did kalkwasser, and I was still having the supplement with a 2-part. And I'm like, this is stupid.
You have the benefit. You have the benefit too, Chris, because you're outside, so you're getting a lot more of that evaporation. Like for instance, I'm in here. Yeah. I have a major evaporation. I do, and I run dehumidifiers as well. But I will notice, like for instance, like in the winter time, I'll hit a point where it's just it won't evaporate enough. That's why I started moving over on. Yeah, so my AC is not running as much in the house, so the house is staying nice and cool. The AC is not running, so it's not pulling that air, you know, that condensation.
We got you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
that's your air from the outside for your protein skimmers.
No, I run it in the house. So, but I just run on CO2 scrubbers.
Dad, quit wasting your money. It's a money pit. CO2 scrubbers are money pit. Run a piece of PVC pipe through your wall to your attic and out the side, and then hook all your protein skimmers up to that 1-inch PVC pipe and draw all your air from outside. World of difference. World of difference. And get some house plants. Yeah. Get snake plants to be exact. If you get snake plants and put them all around your tanks, they suck a lot of CO2 out of the air. It'll help your systems. Believe me, trust me. I didn't believe it either until I told somebody to do it out of a willy-nilly idea, and it fucking worked.
But if you want to take air from outside, I would get a big container full of activated carbon and pulls the air. Yes. Yeah, because
yeah, we get mosquito spraying around here, so that's the last thing I want to pull into the inlet.
Yeah.
Don, what parameter do you check the most? Acro Gardens.
Pardon?
What parameter do you check, Don? The most? Which one do you check the most?
Salinity first. Yeah, because that when I'm using 2-part solution, and then the salinity goes up, especially with the consumption. This system drops about 5 DKH a day. I will never have enough evaporation to use kalkwasser to get the alkalinity and calcium up to the part.
You need to call me, Dong. You're making it more complicated than what you think it is.
That's
you can have a calcium conversation as well.
And the thing is that's why I need to check the salinity, and it's my big bucket of calcium. Right now, when this system is off, get off the calcium reactor. Now I think this bucket probably lasts for 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
I think
that's how much thing it goes through.
I would do around 9 DKH a day.
Wow.
And now I don't.
How much?
Wow.
9. In my
that's huge.
I'm sorry. a lot of people don't realize what I've done with my systems. I have corals growing on the walls, growing in my sumps, growing all over. So I have coral density per gallon is probably way out of line from what most people do, just because I have this major addiction to corals, and literally they're growing everywhere. But at one point we were around 90 kH a day is what we were needing to add. My calcium reactors were rated for 5,000 gallons. I was running 2 liters a minute through the reactors at a 6.4 pH. I was melting 20 kilograms of calcium reactor media monthly. And I just kept going, this is the biggest fucking money pit. I got to figure out something. Then Chris Wood got back into the industry in 2020, and he's like, kalkwasser is your key. I'm like, shut up. He's like, and potassium hydroxide. Combination. I'm like, what about sodium hydroxide? So we do a combination of potassium hydroxide, sodium hydroxide in a concoction, and kalkwasser, and then the calcium reactor tops it off if it is needed. And it's all done on a control system.
So your major input alkalinity.
Don't do it at home.
Yeah. So your major alkalinity input is from the hydroxides, the calcium hydroxide. No. So from the potassium or sodium hydroxide. So because you're using the potassium or sodium hydroxide in additional to the kalkwasser, right?
The only reason sodium hydroxide and potassium hydroxide get dosed is if the consumption to keep the pH stabilized at 8.29 isn't met with kalkwasser. So I saturate my calc bins to 12.4. This time of year, it's like 12.8. I dose very little potassium sodium hydroxide because I get much higher pH out of my calcium hydroxide or my kalkwasser. In the summer, I dose a lot more potassium hydroxide and sodium hydroxide because I can only maximum concentrate my water at 12.4. The colder your water, the more calcium hydroxide dissolves,
right,
giving you a higher pH. So in the summertime, it's a warmer water, so I have a lower pH. So the calcium, the sodium and potassium is necessary, so I don't dip below my threshold where I want to be, and have to worry about my calcium.
How do you get that much of evaporation?
In the wintertime, I get 15 to 20 gallons a night. We're talking 2,000 to 5,000 gallons of water here. And when it's cold and dry, it sucks it out. I mean, we're talking about 24-foot long systems that are exposed to the open air. It just evaporates a shitload of water. I mean, average is about 15 gallons a day in evaporation.
I think the key that you can use the kalkwasser and successfully is because you have open air system.
Yeah, well, there's
your open air system is very critical.
But hobbyists can do the same thing. Okay, I got open air. Yes, I am definitely blessed to have the open air. But as a hobbyist, being in a closed house, just put a freaking fan on your system, on your sump. I mean, honestly, I had people go to Walmart and buy a $20 fan and throw it on their sump, and it doubled their evaporation overnight. And they were able to dose double the amount of kalkwasser, and they were able to meet their goals of what I was telling them they could do. And the ones that couldn't do that, it was because they had too many people living in the house, too many pets. It was too small of an area. And then we had to think outside the box. Okay, well, how can we eliminate more CO2 in your house so that we can get your pH to rise as with the kalkwasser dosing and have more evaporation? So I told this one guy, willy-nilly, just a harebrained idea. I'm like, dude, does your wife like houseplants? And she's like, she's pissed that we don't have any. And I'm like, well, go buy some fucking houseplants. Put a snake plant on each side of your damn aquarium and put one on the top of your tank. And she'll be like, what are you doing? Making you happy, honey? In reality, you're not making her happy. You're making yourself happy. You're evaporating more water out of your tank because you're keeping the CO2 level down in your house. And in reality, he put a whole bunch of houseplants in his home, and he took the fan off of his sump because he didn't need to use it anymore. And his problem is the houses these days are so airtight that they don't get any air exchange whatsoever. So when there's nobody home, the CO2 is low. When there's people home, the CO2 drops tremendously. And it was amazing what I learned in the past 5 years of how people maintain their homes and what they have in their homes and how many people live in their homes and this and that, and how it affects their aquarium. You know, the one guy's like, I got 4 cats and a dog and we live in a 1,500 square foot apartment. I'm like, okay. He's like, during the day, my pH doesn't go above, even with kalkwasser dosing, exactly the way you told me, it didn't go above 8.1. I'm like, okay. That's when I told this guy to get some houseplants. He's like, dude, the pH is like 8.2. I'm like, sweet, it worked. I'm like, now take your airline from your skimmer and pull it in from a window. 8.25. Done deal. You're good. You got no more issues with your pH. Your alkalinity's price stabilized. He's like, dude, my corals have never looked better. Everything's amazing. Everybody comes home at night. pH goes all the way down to 8.15. I'm like, okay. There's too many people in your home, too many animals in your home, too many people sucking the oxygen out of the house and putting too much CO2 back in. So you figure it out from that point. I gave you all your tools. Figure it the fuck out because I can't do it for you. Calls me back.
He kicked everybody out of the house then. They had to live somewhere else.
Got divorced and everything.
But it's seriously.
If I fill this area with all plants, my wife will be very happy. But the problem is that I'm going to water them. It becomes my job to water the plants.
Dom, go buy some dosing pumps. They're cheap as fuck.
I have them. Yeah, I have tons of them sitting there.
And have each one of those dosing pumps dose your plants with water on a daily basis. They don't do shit except for fill up the reservoir. Just think about it, man. You're smart, dude.
Oh, you mean dosing the plants? I never think about that.
Yeah, dose the plants.
You know what? Upstairs, my wife has so many plants. The plants basically in the living room.
Irrigation.
Yep,
exactly. I never think about that. Yeah, dosing pump. Yeah.
That's it. And then the question then is going to be if you put a metal halide or an LED over the plants. Anyway, gentlemen, on that note, we are well past the 4.5 hour mark. I just want to give it
Don't think about it. You can make those plants look better than they ever looked before by just watering them. You can put some trace elements in there.
Don't get him started. He'll be telling you to feed them. No, kalkwasser. No, my plant. No.
Don't get that idea.
Listen, we are well.
Otherwise, all my dosing pump going to migrate upstairs.
We are well and truly past the 4.5 hour mark, gentlemen. I just need to give an extended thank you to the one and only Dom, Terill, Corey, Leonardo, and of course, Mr. Meckley for joining us on this Friday's Reefers Network show. I hope you have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it tremendously, gentlemen. Thank you ever so much to everybody watching it or who will watch back for tuning in and supporting the show. As always, we thank you very much. Dong, we're going to be back next Friday. We're going to be talking to this guy, Logan, from Reef Breeders, is going to be joining the stream next week. So tune in and chat with us.
Logan. Nice.
That'll be next Friday.
I want to talk to Logan.
Well, I'll talk to you in the green room afterwards. So I'll talk to you in the green room afterwards, everybody, because I want to just say another thank you. But yes, to everybody at home that's tuned in and to the 50, 60 odd of you that have stayed with us throughout this 4.5 hour marathon. Thank you very much for staying with us. I don't know if you've used the question whether you've used the toilet as many times as me. Chris has been tapping his ATO up and I've been using the toilet. But no, seriously, thanks ever so much for the support, for the gentlemen on the panel.
24 hours, baby.
And those of you at home that support the network, if you haven't already done so, please give us a like, please give us a subscribe, and have an amazing 2026. Here's to plenty more shows like this. Have a great weekend. We'll see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye for now.